Dimension 119, a dimension where anything can happen. Prepare for the strange and unexpected. Enjoy today's episode.
Is it working now? Now it's working. What's going on, everybody? It is Nathan with Dimension 119, and we're back at it again for more Orlunds Magical Mountain Emporium. This is episode 10, A Breath of Fresh Air. If you watched last episode, you know why, and if you didn't, you'll find out when we do the recap here in just a minute. We post the VODs over on Steve's channel. I will post that link in the chat right now. Yep. If you want to go there, you can catch all 9 other episodes and get caught up with where we're at and the shenanigans that have ensued. And you can find out how amazing my character Dave is, and we'll go from there. Steve, it's all yours.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, everybody, to episode 10. We're going to go ahead and jump right in with introductions, and let's go Mike, Rob, Devin, Landon.
I'm Mike. I play Teeth. I'm a lovable scion rogue who likes to run away from danger.
That makes me Rob, and I'm playing Nug. He is a Turtle Monk of the Shadow Order. Shadows that we used quite effectively last session. So here's to hiding in the shadows.
Hey, this is Devin, aka Bob, the Super Paladin of Tempest. Welcome back. Like Rob said, we had a good old time last session. Now we're outside, and I didn't have to destroy my lovable little scion rogue friend for trying to kill members of my party, because that would not have ended well for him.
And I'm Landon. I play Grom, a half-orc vengeance paladin of Tempest, and I love to smash in the name of the Lord.
Amen.
Nice. So, welcome back to all the players. Welcome back to anybody watching the live stream, anybody who catches the VOD later. If you didn't see last month's episode, our gathering of heroes finally got to lay the smack down on the Alhoun that had been corrupting and convoluting the temple to Lathander, finding the artifact they needed to open the chest and gain access to the magical hourglass that would transport them to the next level of Orlunds dungeon. A flash of gold washes away from everybody's vision, and they're all greeted with a startling sight of a wide open vista that goes down into a far northern Inkaran mountain range that is known as the Everlasting Peaks. We left our players about halfway up the side of a fair-sized mountain, struggling to regain their composure and figure out what the hell's happening to them. Welcome back, guys.
Welcome back indeed.
We're just out in the open on the side of this mountain.
Yeah, the terrain is pretty rough and rugged. It's not completely impassable, but you figure from looking around, anybody who's got any experience with mountaineering whatsoever would know that you're probably a good, let's say, 1,400 feet up off of what would be the flat plains. And you can see that there are just peaks that stretch into the distance and valleys that drop down in, some peaks that go up above where you can see where the top of the peak actually breaks cloud cover, some that are smaller that are nestled into the valleys. There's a bitter wind that's cutting across the face of this mountain. The five of you are standing basically on like a trail that cuts across the side of this mountain on an up angle going to your right and a downward angle going to your left. And it's probably about 30 feet or so wide. Looks like it was, you know, pretty well established at some point, but you can't for the life of you fathom who would want to be in this area.
Um, can I want to look for like a peak or a cliff or like some kind of good vantage point and look for like uh obviously traveled trails or campfires or anything.
Well,
Anything
the
other than mountain.
the wide path that you're on right now seems to have been,
Right.
cut into the side of this mountain by something or someone at some point. And off to the side of it is a gradual slope that goes down into the valley that sometimes gets more vertical and gets less vertical. And then to your left is this 30-foot wide cut stone path that's on a generally descending slope. And to your right is that same path that's generally ascending up. So if you're standing there looking with going down this way and going up to your right, and you're just looking out over the side, you've got a pretty open vista of this valley that's up high, covered in snow on the peaks, and then down low you can see that there's some sort of dark, winding, dry riverbed, or maybe there's still water that flows. It's hard to tell from this high up.
But nothing outside of just nature and the mountain, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, boys, what do you think? Given how things are going, I think we gotta go up the mountain, not down the mountain.
Are there any other, as we look out across like the valleys and the outcroppings of peaks, can we see any like caves, other entrances?
Nothing seems to be close enough for you to make out any distinct details. You can see shadowed parts of different mountains that, are off in the distance, parts where you can see the sun reflecting off the snow, and then shadowed areas where you don't see it, but you're not close enough to be able to tell if that's actually a cave or a crevice.
Does 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 any of the rock or the ground or anything bear any type of resemblance to the material that of like the tunnels in the dungeon?
This seems to be,
Completely different.
yeah, the mountain itself seems to be, for anybody that knows stone, primarily granite with deposits of limestone. And this path that you're on seems to have been just like cut into the side of the mountain at some point.
I'm with Grom.
Well,
Think we go up. We must have reached the other side somehow, instead of going down. Let's go up.
I
up
will
seems to be the choice.
yeah, I will trust in my brother Paladin's gut.
Better to go up from here than to go down and then decide to go back up.
Better out than in, I always say.
Well, all right.
So you guys begin traversing up this path. It's not a very steep path. It does have a general ascendance to it. You don't start to notice it until after about 35, maybe 40 minutes of walking as this path rounds the side of the mountain. You see that cut out in front of you as you come around the corner is this large plateau that looks almost as if a large chunk of the actual peak has been sheared off to one side. And as you come up over the edge of it, and you guys all take the last step up onto this large flat plateau, you can see that off in the center of it, right out in front of the open vista and the cliff face for the plateau that drops down into the valley, there's a stone obelisk that's shaped almost like a large transparent sheet. Like it could be glass or, you know, something of that nature from where you're standing, but it's probably about 20 feet tall by about 30 feet long, and it stretches across in front of the open vista, almost as if it's like a barrier between this plateau and the fall off of the cliff.
You guys ever seen anything like this before?
So it's like a sheet. It's not. There's no depth to it.
Right.
Okay.
Can yeah, do I know anything? Can I history check and
Sure.
see what this is?
Somebody arcana it.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Good idea. Let's arcana it. None of us know anything about arcanes.
Nobody has detect magic.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I do.
Somebody's got to have a better than a +0 to it.
What ability is that? Intellect? Wisdom?
I rolled a 19 on that history check. I rolled a 20, but I have a -1.
Ooh.
First crit of the day, boys.
Whoa!
It's intelligence for arcana, by the way.
I have a 1.
All right. So we got Grom with a 19 on his history check. Anybody else checking anything? Grom, are you
How
walking
far did
up
you
to
say
the
it stretched?
glass sheet? It's probably about 30 feet long.
I rolled a 7 on my history check.
Yeah, you absolutely could. It doesn't stretch, you know, corner to corner across this cliff face. It's just centered right in the middle of this plateau,
Okay.
like at the edge where the cliff is.
I rolled a 14 on mine.
Okay. Grom, do you walk up to this transparent sheet when you start divining at it?
I mean, cautiously, I would approach it. Sure.
So you find yourself standing, you know, 2 or 3 feet away from it, looking at this thing. Like I said, it stands about 20 feet tall and it's about 30 feet long. And as you're standing there, the wind picks up and races across the face of the plateau, actually buffeting up against this, what you at first thought to be glass. But as you got closer to it and the temperature dropped, you actually realize it to be a sheet of ice. And the wind cuts across the face of this giant sheet of ice. And as it passes, it reveals by frosting this sheet of ice that was perfectly transparent. And you can see in large letters in common is written, "Here stands the last battleground of the breath of winter."
I'll tell everybody to come read this.
I would go read it.
It's written in common. There's no other languages on there or anything. Okay.
Does it ring a bell for anyone?
Not necessarily.
Grom, give me another history with advantage this time.
Oh, 12.
You remember the phrase breath of winter triggers something for you, but you don't remember what it is. You remember people talking about it.
Bob, don't you remember that story that guy was telling about the breath of winter?
Let me double check. No, I don't.
Well,
I,
the guy was saying something about it, but
No, I don't remember that guy.
yeah, that guy. I think you're thinking of something else.
must be.
Breath of winter. That's. I mean, it's cold
Can I
out.
make a religion check to see if it has religious significance?
Sure.
Uh, dirty 20.
It doesn't bear any significant religious attachment that you know of. You don't know of any religions that solely base their faith on winter, or you don't remember any deities or demigods from your studies at the monastery that were, specifically keyed around winter itself.
Okay. Okay, well, so it's not religious, and we don't have a whole lot to go on with history. Can I make a nature check to see if this wall of ice was created by nature or if the breath of winter is something else?
Sure.
Crit,
You
which
know
would be
immediately that this was created magically. This didn't just, even being up in this cold height and climate, this didn't just form naturally.
um, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to tell if it's always been this size or if it was bigger at some point.
Looking at the ground and, the plateau around it, you don't see any like disturbed area where something might have been broken away or anything like that. Again, just like the path that comes up the mountain, it looks like this was just sheared into the mountain.
For sure.
Is it blocking the entire path, or can we go around it, or
Yep.
like can
Well,
we?
this
You said we can
actually
see through it, right?
Yeah, this is only 30 feet of the cliff face that looks out over the valley. You could actually go around the sides of it, but you'd be going off of the cliff.
Gotcha. So it's just the map boundaries, and it says we can't go any further. Got it. Do we want to keep messing with the wall, or should we turn and go down? Unless one of you knows what the breath of winter is, doesn't do us much good to
I'd
stand
like
here.
to know more, but standing here.
I mean, I
That's
made a
not getting
history
cold.
check. I can try to make a religion check.
Has anyone tasted it?
It has no.
Go
religious
stick your tongue on
nature.
it, Dave. It might taste good. I got some a bottomless jug of coffee, so I mean,
I
you can get your
triple
free.
dog dare you.
Steve,
Right.
you said this thing is 20 feet tall and 30 feet wide. Like, how deep is it, though?
It's
There's no depth.
like if you walk to the end of it, either end of it, and lean your head and look, this thing is razor thin.
Like a pane of
Razor
glass.
thin, like thin as a sheet of parchment.
I'll put my hand on it and push it. Try and push it over. From the
Doesn't
center. Doesn't even budge.
Fucking baby base.
I'll back up and I'll friggin' slam my dumb orc body into it.
All right, go ahead and make yourself an unarmed attack.
Go ahead and roll a
Can
new
I-
character as you fall off the cliff.
Can I do
Take
an athletics check?
6d6 force damage.
Sure, what are you trying to do? Just like throw your shoulder into it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, make an athletics check or a strength check.
Ooh. 9. I rolled a 1.
and you
Jesus
step
Christ.
back and turn your shoulder, drive it forward, and you hear the ring of your pauldron off of the face of this sheet of ice, and the whole sheet of ice lights up bright white and flashes. Everybody standing around, give me a reflex saving throw. And you actually bounce back like 7 or 8 feet off of the wall in your head.
Oh shit.
What do you need?
A
Don't
reflex
forget-
save.
Don't forget my
What is a reflex? A dexterity save?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't forget my my +3 for your saves.
I can see this
For
happening,
his
right?
Ori. For his Aurea.
My Aurea.
I got a 20. Dirty 20.
16 for me.
Is this something that I can see happening?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right next to us, ain't you?
Yeah, I think you would get your barbarian bonus for this.
What's your bonus? Plus
3.
three?
+3.
19.
Barbarian.
What'd you get, Teeth? Was that
Can't
a
hear you, Mike.
22?
Senior teeth.
Your sound didn't come through when you unmuted. All right, so everybody made the save. Nobody's blinded, but the whole face of this 30-foot long, 20-foot tall sheet of ice just lights up brilliant white light flashes and then dissipates again.
I don't suggest you do that again.
Probably doesn't like surfaces as reflective as its own reflectiveness because of your fucking arm.
My vote's on going back down.
So it's just a sheer
Man.
cliff face beyond this thing, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And the path seems to just end at this.
Yeah, it's like it's like half of the top peak has been sheared off. So like on the other end of this plateau is just a rocky wall that goes up like another 30 feet to the mountain peak itself.
Why don't we tie a rope around Teeth and throw him over the top of it?
How about I ask Tempest for sight?
Or I could just fly out there.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Teeth has winged boots.
Yeah.
Teeth, you idiot.
What? Why am I the idiot? I thought that was tied out to other people. We hit a magic barrier. I don't. I think we should just go the other way.
I still think you should tie a rope to him before he flies.
Thank you, Dave.
Anybody else getting an echo?
Yes, I think it's from Mikey.
Yes.
It very well could be.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay. The whole wall lights up.
Nothing else.
Displaying that it's a greenish colored aura to the magic, which tells you from your studies that this is some kind of magical creation, some sort of creation that was placed here magically.
Like what kind of magic? Like conjuration, I guess.
Yeah. Like somebody conjured this thing
Yeah.
here. You turn around, you see the average glow from all your companions' magical items that they bear, all their trinkets and weapons and whatnot, but nothing else on this plateau or on the rock face of the peak of anything glows in your sight.
Bob's straining his mind very hard to try to remember because he just can't let go of this breath of the winter idea, and so
I'm
he
more
makes.
focused on the last battleground thing.
I'm not. What do you think it is of? Is of the breath of the winters?
Well, the question here that I'm asking is, was it this last battle that sheared the top of the cliff off?
Well, hold on a second, because I rolled a 15 for a remembery check.
Bob, you're still wearing the High Cleric's ring, right?
Everything. Yeah, we just teleported here.
And you're all still shaking off the fatigues of that last encounter with the Alhoon, so you're all still a little bit scrambled. But as soon as you step back after seeing this flash on the wall, you feel that warmth emanating in your right hand again, beginning down at the fingertips and then flowing up your arm and into your wrist. And you can feel that the magic of that ring is doing something, but you feel like there's some sort of like barrier or something that's interfering with you being able to like actually let it go.
So I can feel it, but I can't do nothing about it. So maybe I'll do what Bob does best and just touch stuff. I'll touch the wall with the hand that the ring is on, kind of like I
Nothing
did
happens.
with the tapestry.
Start walking down the path. See if it lets it out. If you get away from the wall.
All right, let me start walking.
Okay. How far away from this wall do you walk?
Um, Probably no more than like 30 feet. I'll probably stop every couple feet and just try to gather myself. I don't want to get too far away from everybody.
And you're walking away from this wall and you're holding up your hand and you're actually looking at this ring and you're trying to force the release of the magic that you feel pent up in it, and you're focusing on it like really really hard. You're like, come on man, this is here, I know it's here. And
Tempest, help me.
as you're watching, the setting sun breaks through the clouds and it hits the wall behind you and it reflects off the wall and you see it dancing in the gold of this ring and you hear the high cleric's voice again whispering in your ear, you must pray to the morning lord to receive his blessings.
Bob would hear that and first, very quickly, he would utter a super brief, apologetic, um, little note to Tempest about how sorry he is that he's going to pray to somebody else for a moment, but it's all in his name. So, and then I go ahead and I fall to my knees where I'm still in um contact with the sunlight, and I'll kind of grab the ring with my other hand too, and I'll raise it up and I'll pray to Lathander um to bless us with the ability to pass through whatever this barrier is with the coming dawn.
And at first you're you're uncomfortable. The words are foreign to you because you've never beseeched another power like that.
Right.
And at
Never.
first you don't feel anything in response to the words, But then as you begin to find your flow in them and to just relinquish the last little bits of control and just offer the prayer for what it is, a prayer, you feel the warmth of the sunlight actually warming you up underneath your armor. Like, like if you just walked in and stood next to a hearth, how you'd feel the temperature change. And you feel it wash over you. And as it washes over you, the gold that glints on the ring flashes almost as brightly as the white light did off of the sheet of ice. And you're greeted with a memory that unfolds in your vision, and it's of the High Cleric, and he's instructing a group of acolytes in a battle that took place known as the last battle of the Breath of Winter. And he goes through to explain to them that the reason they call it the last battle of the Breath of Winter is because that was actually the battle that the Breath of Winter needed to seize control of this mountain that was inhabited by a rare race of dwarves known as Arctic dwarves, and that she had enslaved the mountain and its city of Arctic dwarves after this battle, and that nobody comes to the everlasting peaks anymore because the Breath of Winter reigns supreme here.
He used to, or he still does.
Last he knew, when his order fell 400 years ago, she was still in control of the everlasting peaks.
10-4. Okay. So then, I would mutter one final, um, breath of thanks, and I would head back towards the party, and I would relay this information to them that this barrier is. Now, it didn't say anything about a barrier though in the little commune with the rings, so I still have no idea what we can do about that. And I'm relaying this to the party. Um, However, there's at least there was an apparent evil on the other side of this. Could it be a key for us to find our way back to the the mountain interior? I don't know, but some stuff went down here, and the high priest was there.
Oh, the way I see it, we have at most three choices. We can break it, we can go down, or we can climb the mountain.
I mean, if you think you can break it, knock yourself out, dude. Because I almost did.
You used your shoulder.
That's a pretty good shoulder.
I'll use my axe.
My ex.
My sorry.
You muted, Nug.
You're muted, Rob.
I have no problem climbing or trying to climb this rock face, but given the fatigue we're all suffering from that last battle, I think the easiest route would be to go down.
I think that we should take a rest for a little while. I know we're still a little shaken from battle and could use a warm up. Um, Before we left, well, I'm sorry, what was it called? The Overlook, the little
The
town.
first time? Yeah.
Yeah, the Overlook is what it was. Um, when we were there, that odd fellow that we were hanging out with, Dave and Grom, gave me something that might help us in this situation. And I'm gonna reach down into my bag, and this is not my character sheet. I'm gonna reach down
The
into
arm
my bag.
elf, Milton.
What's that?
The arm wrestling elf,
The arm
Milton.
wrestler. Yes, Milton. I have his name wrote down, but it's just a couple pages over. So I'm gonna break out that golden acorn that he gave me when I'm in need of shelter, and I'm gonna see what happens with that. Hopefully, it's
Okay.
big enough to provide all of us with some shelter.
What do you do with the acorn when you take it? I assume
Well,
it comes out of your bag of holding.
yes, sir. It comes out of my bag of holding. And how wide is the path that we're on?
The path coming up to the plateau that you guys are on is about 30 feet wide, but the plateau itself, the half of it that's sheared off away from the cliff face, is probably about 60 or 70 feet in like a half circle. So the whole top of the mountain, if you were to cut it off, is probably like 120 or 150 feet around.
Yeah.
But you've only got half of that because it looks like somebody carved an L out of the top of the peak.
Okay. Then I'll look for a nice open area, um, and I'll kind of toss the seed over to a spot.
And you walk over and you pull it from your bag and give it a look over and toss it casually out onto the ground. And it hits the ground and it flashes and starts pulsing with this soft green light. And as you watch, it actually unfolds from itself, and the acorn roots itself into the plateau. And then you see in like a green glow a little seedling sprout, and then before your eyes, it's a sapling, and then before your eyes again, it's an almost fully matured broadleaf oak. And carved into the side of it, facing you, is a standard 6 foot tall, 4 foot wide wooden door.
I'll look at everybody in amazement and say, "Well, I'll see you on the other. I'll catch you on the flip side." And I'll open the door and walk in.
And you pop the door, it glides freely at your touch, almost anticipatory to you touching it. And as you walk inside, it's a 30 by 30 room, and down in the very center of it is a stone hearth that has a small fire made of coals burning. And then there's just around the edge of the room, there's a few different tables, and there's 4 sets of bunk beds that are spaced out throughout the room. And then there's a little writing desk over in this corner, and a little kitchen area, a little preparatory area. The whole thing is just completely furnished in like true luxurious elven fashion. Like, you walk in and the furniture that's in this place looks like it was cut and handmade for royalty.
Well, I'll mutter a breath of thanks and to myself. Well, thanks, Milton. And I'll look back at everybody else and be like, "You guys got to see this."
I'll follow him in.
Yep. I'll go and check it out.
Dave will be the last one to enter.
I figured.
I gotta step away for a split second. I'll be right back.
Kind of looking up at the top of the tree as Dave walks in underneath the door arch. You're all greeted with this same view in front of you. It's a lavishly set up room. It's a single room. There's probably about a 12 or 13-foot ceiling, and then it's just furnished with beds and tables and soft chairs to sit in, and this fire pit in the middle of the room.
It's obviously a little chilly outside, and so Bob, being a nice, slender half-elven male, he's gonna go curl up next to that fire for a minute with his bottle of boundless coffee, and he's gonna
And
sip
you,
some coffee and get warm and offer coffee to anybody who's around him.
He's gonna pull out his pipe and join you.
Hell yeah.
how long do you guys plan on resting for? Right now, from what you could see outside, it looks like it's almost sundown or slightly after it for where you guys are normally from. But being this far north, the sun sets a little later than where you guys are from.
Um, Bob feels that since everything reacted to his ring the way it did, and then I got a history lesson from the ring, um, I feel that start, if we rest until first light, we just might be able to make something happen with the barrier
Okay.
because of Lathander's grace.
So basically, you guys are going to take a long rest and rest overnight.
Yeah, and I think if we
Yeah,
do
it sounds like a
shift,
good idea.
we can all take a watch, 2-hour watch, get a rest in.
Yeah, for
'Cause,
sure.
I got some spell slots to recover.
That's cool. Well, everybody can go ahead and regain the benefits of a long rest as pertaining to your class or classes in some of your cases. But you don't quite make it through the full 8 hours of the long rest. You set your normal watch to take shifts, even though you're secured inside this stronghold. And whichever one of you winds up pulling the mid shift is greeted at just after midnight by the sounds of voices carrying in the wind and the din of battle echoing up the side of the mountain. Starts off almost as a low groaning in the wind and then becomes more and more prevalent as you listen.
So who's on mid shift, guys?
Me, I guess.
Dave doesn't really need um, much, so he'll take as many shifts as needed. I won't get any benefits from a short rest, anyways, other than hit die, and I don't need them. So
I'll I'll wake up whoever is still resting to make sure everyone's awake for a possible threat. Let them know there's spooky sounds outside the cave.
Um, Bob
Perhaps we should
Bob was
investigate.
still resting, but he starts to get excited um, from the temptation of battle.
Well, should we go out there and look?
Probably.
Let's
Yeah.
light some torches and go out there then.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
All right, gear up.
After we leave the tree fort, um, does it fall back to an acorn?
So you guys stick a few torches into the fire pit to ignite them and pull your swords from their scabbards and pull the door open and go out looking for where these sounds are coming from, and you're greeted by the sounds like you should be seeing a marching battle happening, but all you see is the occasional pale silhouette of something on your peripheral vision moving. And as you turn to look, you're greeted by just the night bleached stone of the plateau and you can see that white light that flashed so brilliantly at Grom when he tried to throw his shoulder into it is just rippling across the face of this sheet of ice. And you can hear these voices carrying on the wind. One side sounds like it's a gruff accent and booted feet of a marching song. And the other side sounds very metallic, almost as if it sounds like a gear or metal plates sliding against each other. And you can hear basic calls back and forth of what would be like captains or lieutenants calling out formations, almost as if like somebody was positioning an army for the final strike.
Do we see anything though, or we just hear all of this?
No, you hear the sounds, and on your peripheral vision, every few minutes, you can see a wisp of white, and you go to turn to look at it, but there's nothing there.
Really quick, Steve. While we were resting, um, would I have been able to figure out how to attune to that new sword?
You haven't carried it long enough to attune to it yet, but you can see that it definitely is going to require you wielding it and using it and basically blooding it and bonding with it in order for you to fully attune to it.
Okay, well then I will have switched over to that weapon just
Okay.
for before we get into any kind of combat.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick fiver because it's getting dark. I'm going to go put my chickens away. So everybody go ahead and get your bio break, grab drinks, whatever else you need to do, and we'll meet back here in like 5 to 7 minutes.
10-4.
Alrighty. Thanks for hanging out, everybody in the chat. We're going to go ahead and take our break a little early. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Get you some caffeine, get you a bio break, put your chickens away, whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. we're back. Let's see what we can find out about this ghostly battle happening around us, and see if we die or not.
Anybody have a what is it? A Vorpal weapon or ethereal?
Ghost touch.
A
I
ghost
do
touch?
not have Narsil with me at the moment.
Oh my goodness, Dave.
That's in my other game that I played this week.
Well,
So yeah, it's like these sounds are echoing across this plateau. You can hear in a gruff. Does anybody speak Dwarvish?
I do not believe
Um,
that is a language I would like to take.
Steve doesn't. I mean, Dave doesn't.
Steve does not.
But he does speak battle, so he's gonna step out of the hut thing that we're in and just stand in this open area and see what happens.
You speak battle. My deity is the god of war.
And you step out and stand there looking around, hearing these sounds echo out like if there should be people lining up and getting ready to charge across the face of this plateau, but there's nothing there. The wind picks up howling in between, carrying the sounds across the face of the stone, and that pulsing white light from that sheet of ice just continues to throb.
Dave is going to take one of his hand axes and cut a little gash in his hand and rub that blood between his hands, rub a streak of it across his chest, stick both arms out, clench his fists tightly, start, kind of going rigid, flexing all of the muscles, close his eyes and take a deep breath and try to imagine what's going on here. Now, I have absolutely no special ability to do anything like that. This just seems like something Dave would do.
All right.
All right, roll a d8 damage for the axe slice.
Give me just a flat d20 roll. Just roll a raw 20.
That's a raw 17, sir.
And at
Draw
first,
the hell out of that.
you're not thinking this is even going to work. You're just reaching and grasping at straws. And something about the keening of these voices that are carrying on the wind sparks something in you. And actually, one of the spiritual guardians that you've summoned to come to your aid, the benefit that you carry from your tribesmen ancestors, actually you see the silhouette of it run across the face of the ice as if it's running to join up into a battle.
Bro, I fucking forgot I was even that kind of barbarian. I could have tried to tap into it that way.
You are such a barbarian.
Dude, this is my 5th character to play this week. At this point, my characters should all be mixed up and doing the wrong things.
you should just play the same character in every campaign, and
Yeah.
you'll be really good at it.
Dave forever.
I don't think I can be a space cowboy in this
character. It's one character with multiple personalities.
game. That's what it's becoming.
That's an excellent idea, actually.
So does anyone else do anything just seeing Dave out there doing what seems like a ritual but nothing happening that they can see?
I'm keenly watching Dave do this.
I'm gonna sit back and see if I can't get in on that pipe.
Right.
Dave,
Passing it over.
you see the silhouette, the resemblance of this spectral warrior run across the face of this ice and you see it the viewpoint almost as if you were looking at like one of those wizard's magical looking glasses or something. The viewpoint of the ice actually changes, and you see that it looks out over this broad field where you can see contingents of heavily armored creatures lining up across a battlefield, a dead space battlefield, across from these massive amounts of these wild looking dwarves that are all covered in white fur and long braided white hair. And they're positioning up at this flat open area, getting ready to engage and battle with each other. And you see that spectral warrior running like he's trying to catch up to that battle.
At the moment, I would just kind of watch what's happening and try to gather as much information on. You know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna go up to that sheet of ice and touch it and see if anything's changed.
You can see it's pulsing with a softer version of that white light that flashed earlier. When you walk up to it, it's almost like if you were like a bird's eye view behind where this spectral warrior ran out into the field trying to catch up to the army. And as you walk up to it and you put your hand out and touch the ice, you feel the magical cold of it against your palm, but you see the white light begins to draw itself from the edges down towards where your hand is pressed against the ice.
Does it feel like the ice has any give? Like potentially I
You
could
put
push through
you
it?
push against it and it still feels strong.
Okay. I was just wondering if the portal had opened up. I'm gonna call back to the others. Tempest is speaking to me.
Oh
What?
shit.
What'd you say? And I'm gonna run out ready to throw down, and I'm gonna say, where's he at?
Dave
I mean,
is
I'll
just standing with his hand on this ice wall, watching this everyone get ready for this battle.
I'll run out to join him as well, sword in hand.
Yeah. So we kind of got our swords ready, and I walk up, and I kind of, because obviously I have my sword ready, my shield is out as well. So I'm gonna walk up next to Dave and kind of take my sword hand, um, with my sword in it, and kind of like hold the sword and place my hand against the wall of ice as well. All the while, praying to Tempest, like, is this what we need to do? Just give me a sign.
All right, so you walk up next to Dave and you reach out with your hand and the sword and you press your hand up against it and the sword up against it, and you see the same thing, that all of that white light that was pulling down in towards Dave's hand, a good portion of it now begins diverting down towards where your hand is pressed up against the ice. And you can see this vista like almost as if you're looking through a window. You're up above and behind, and you can see what looks like two armies are lining up in final adjustment across an open field from each other.
Does that also make any kind of reaction to with the ring? Since
Not
that's
any
on my
more so than you felt earlier,
okay.
just the fact that the magic is there.
All right.
What's going on?
All these lights are pretty weird, dude.
Should we smash him?
I mean, to me, it looks like we're pretty far away from anything that might be there. We can maybe if all three of us hit the wall at the same time, maybe it'll break.
I'm down to give it a shot.
I guess I'll try it if you guys want to.
I know the two of you are not used to hearing this from me, but maybe you should be quiet and watch. Tempest is the god of war, after all. We're witnessing a great battle.
You're right. I'm not used to hearing that from you.
Do not cite the ancient
Like,
magics.
we were there when they were written. Oh my gosh.
Yes, that is absolutely beautiful. If you don't have inspiration, give yourself inspiration.
All right.
Just like Teeth in the last episode, that was true to your character and completely unchecked raw emotion. What? All right, so Dave and Bob, you've got your hands pressed up against this thing. The white glow has begun pulling itself from the corners of this sheet of ice, and you can see it going from opaque to clear at the edges as the energy begins pulling itself down the wall towards where your hands are pressed against the ice. And as you discuss whether or not you should attack this wall, or as your well educated barbarian friend recommended, maybe you should view the fight. Dave, you've been in contact with the wall the longest, so it actually affects you first. You feel a warmth pulse through your hand and race up your arm. At first, it feels like it's warm, like almost as if you had your hand against like a hot stone, but then you realize that it's just a bone shattering cold. And it actually, to everybody standing around, you actually see Dave get pulled straight through the wall.
Called it!
And anybody that's still viewing the vista will actually see him in the landscape down on the valley floor now, basically like catching himself and coming to his feet. Bob, you reached
Bob
out right
doesn't
after
move
him.
his
You're the
hand.
next one that it's affected, that it affects, and you find yourself, you just feel this chill race through your arm, and you're just instantly pulled right through this sheet of ice. The rest of you are standing there as you watch the two of them, one after another, get sucked into this wall of ice.
Call me the snowman.
You can actually see that the white light in the wall actually begins to disperse and fill itself back out.
Well, I guess we're doing this. So I am walking up and putting my hand on it too.
And you see the light converge into that area and start flowing down the wall towards where you're making contact. I assume the rest of you are going to follow along.
Yeah.
I'm better.
So the next round, Dave and Bob, you find yourselves regaining your composure and your balance after feeling this magical pull, and your companions pop out of the air next to you, and you're looking down this open plain, and off to one side to your left you see this army of dwarves lining up. Different ones are, some are riding polar bears, some are on foot. You see archers in their ranks. You can see what appear to be like shamans or something jumping around and hooting and making all these noises, because I think we established that none of you speak Dwarven.
Correct. I speak celestial.
And then I will safely assume that all of you have traveled outside of wherever your home base is to a general city at least once. So you instantly recognize the other side of the battlefield as an army of Warforged, making arrangements and lining themselves up in battle formations. And you can hear these calls echoing from both sides as final preparations are made. This is happening. The edge of the two faces of the army that's closest to you is probably 250 feet out into the plain in front of you. They're marching across at each other.
Can we see who's leading the Warforged army?
There doesn't appear to be any specific one leader, but you can see maybe lieutenants or something that are out in front of these regiments that are directing and calling.
I'll look back to Grom and Bob with a huge smile on my face. Now we fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there
Glory.
is there anything that marks the spot where we appeared? Like,
Nothing that you can see behind you.
okay.
So before we start fighting, which side are we taking?
Depends. Did you pick up my shelter acorn or no? You were the last one here.
No, I wasn't. It was someone else.
Oh, damn it. All right. No more shelter.
Bob said that the dwarves were attacked and defeated to take over this area. And then it was ruled over by evil. So I say we side with Aslan and the other Narnians and go kill the White Witch. I mean, this Ice Queen lady.
So we're gonna try to change history.
One moment here. Which side has the greater force? I'm neutral.
They
I
appear
like
to be
balance.
pretty equal in size.
Which side do we know won? Because
The
obviously,
Michigan's one.
According to the High Cleric, the last he knew when his cathedral fell, the Breath of Winter was still in control of the mountains.
Which means the balance is off, and I'm gonna side with the little dwarfies.
Steve, you can tell me if you roll this way with wisdom and intelligence, but Dave doesn't have a very good intelligence, but he's got a pretty decent wisdom. To me, it's pretty wise to think that we were put here for a reason, and if there's some kind of evil residing over this mountain, that we're supposed to stop it to get to our next area, as we've had to do in every other area. Now, you
Dave.
can tell me whether you think
That
Dave would
sounds
actually
like-
think that or not, with that, based on wisdom or not, but that's my thinking.
Dave, do you have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior Tempest?
So that sounds 100% like Dave and the conversations and the tactics that he's used going through the Emporium to date, even when he was at rest in the Overlook and in the encounters after. He's had that same drive to get to the end and figure out what it is so he can receive his rewarded prize. And that's solid logic from what you have seen open up in front of you since reaching this new area.
Cool. I will relay everything I just said to the party and say now the choice we have is, do we just go start a fight, or do we introduce ourselves to the dwarves and say that we're here to help?
I feel
Do any of us speak Dwarven?
What are you gonna tell the dwarves, even if you can talk to them? They're gonna be quite suspicious of us, I bet.
Surely one of
I
us
feel
has some charisma.
like it would be okay because A, I have a ton of charisma, and
It
B,
very much
I
seems
have
like it.
I have some artifacts that these dwarfs might know.
Okay, so My
And I
theory,
kind of twist my ring around my finger real quick.
we're gonna use Bob, since we kind of appeared out of nowhere and we're walking up out of nowhere on this battlefield. Bob, why don't you prostrate yourself as a representative of Tempest
That's
and say we were sent here?
that's what I'm saying.
You already know he's gonna do that anyways.
Of course I am. That's what Tempest wants. And he wants us to bring glory to the Arctic dwarves.
I think what Tempest
Everybody go
wants
ahead and
really
roll me
is
your initiative so I can get your order out of the way.
I think what Tempest really wants is a straight up 2 liter of Mountain Dew.
Yeah, you're right.
For the glory of Tempest.
And a new plainsman.
What is
Mountain
it? The
Dew
white? Is it that white Arctic Mountain Dew?
Mountain Dew is in fact ambrosia. It is the nectar of the gods.
Yep, the nectarine.
They've got a 12.
I got a 12 as well.
I got a 21.
I have a 7.
19.
I mean 22. I'm sorry. I looked at inspiration, not initiative.
What's your dex, Teef?
My dex is 16.
All right, you would beat me out on that.
All right, so you all come to the decision that you think the right course of action is to aid the dwarves in liberating themselves. From what Bob gathered from the High Cleric, they were the ones that were beset and taken over by this breath of winter. So you begin marching in your normal battle formation, I assume, of Dave, Bob, and Grom up front with Teef and Nug close behind, beginning to cover this distance between you and the most southern edge of this dwarven army. And you can see out in the distance in front of you, the closest thing to you is actually two artillery teams that are leading these artillery wagons that are pulled by these shaggy, long-haired white mountain goats. And you can see teams of dwarves in the back loading these trebuchets with various things. From this distance, it looks like barrels and stone and other things of that nature. And as you guys are coming down across the plain, trying to get up to them quickly, but not to seem as if you're charging into their flanks, you hear the horns echo out as both faces of the army are moving, and fire begins erupting from both sides of arrows and the artillery from
Mikey, mute your thing.
and the artillery and the ranged attacks coming back from the other side from this war-forged army. So the order of operations is going to be Bob, Nug, Teef, Dave, Grom.
Is it daylight? Are we in like midday in this
No,
battle, or
it's
did the time
just
change?
after midnight. You guys were woken
Okay.
up by these spirits, the sounds of this battle.
So no blessings from Lathander.
No,
That's
but you
great.
all do receive the benefits of a long rest.
Woo! Praise Tempest. You said, I'm really sorry. I did miss quite a bit of what was said because Mikey's echo.
That's okay.
So you said we were coming up on a artillery position for the dwarves.
Yeah, like you guys are at the southern end of this plain,
Yeah.
and the armies are marching from east and west. So you're coming up to the southern edge of both armies. And the closest ones to you on the dwarven side are these artillery teams of dwarves that are leading these wagons that are led by these long, shaggy haired white mountain goats. And on the back of the wagons are trebuchets and stone arm throwers for bombarding at range. And they're scrambling all over these wagons and loading them up. And you guys are, trotting up, trying to cover the distance to get there. And all of a sudden, you hear the horns as the trebuchets and everything start releasing, and you look and see the ones across the side of the battlefield for the Warforged. They begin calling out, and things start flying up into the air as well. You've got probably at this point, you're probably about 70 or 80 yards from the southern edge of these two faces, and they've got probably 150 yards before they collide.
So I guess being that we're up in the front, I'm going to look at them and I'm going to say, do you want to go around back, or do you want to go up to their immediate position?
I want to get a weapon that will be effective. Our sharp and pointy weapons are not going to be of much use.
Either way, if we're going to go up, like the artillery position might not have any extra weapons. However, we could just go meet and just start fighting people. But we should also probably try to make our way up to wherever the nearest command post is for the dwarves or something.
Dave wants to see if he can spot like any kind of like mobile weapons cache, mobile armory, something like that. Something where, they're supplying people with weapons or replenishing weapons or anything like that.
So you're actually not far off. It being the southern edge of this plain, they know they were expecting the Warforged to come from the west. So they actually have supply trains that run along the northern edge of the army and the southern edge of the army. And about 4 or 5 wagons back from these two artillery teams, you can see this big open flatbed wagon that these two dwarves are standing on, and they're throwing pikes and swords off the side into the waiting hands of other dwarves as they run by in formation, beginning to charge out towards the Warforged.
So I imagine we kind of stand out, but if no one stops us, Dave's gonna look see if he can see someone tossing like maybe a warhammer or something out, and see if he can get his hands on something like that. Thinking that it's probably going to be more effective against these metal beings.
What's your speed?
40 feet.
All right, you can probably make it to them on your next round.
Okay.
I mean, you'd also get plus 10 feet from me if he's within 5 feet of me.
So 50 feet.
Yeah. Just saying. What is Bob doing?
Yes.
He'd probably chase after Dave to make sure he just stays out of trouble.
What's your speed?
My speed is fast.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Right, that's it, dude. Well, it would be 40 with my bonus.
Okay, so you're 10 feet behind, powering along behind him.
No.
Grom, what's your speed?
40.
Okay. Teeth?
Mine's 30.
But if you're
Plus 10 would
within
be 40.
then you're at 42. And Nug, I'm not even going to ask because I know your shit's ridiculous and you're outpacing everybody else in the party. So I'm not worried about you keeping up. But what's your max distance in a round? Can you make it there in this round? You're probably about 120 feet in a straight line from the southern edge of both of these armies.
No, I can't make it. Well, no, not on a single turn.
Okay. So you guys are running forward, just trying to eat up this distance over this frozen, packed earth plain, and you see the first bombardments from both sides begin to rip into the ranks as they're closing, and you see off to your right this barrel that had been launched by one of the dwarven artillery teams explodes as it strikes the ground in the midst of a dozen or so warforged and just erupts in a bright orange ball of fire. And then you see off to your left a whole slew of these large metal spike. Basically, it looks like a giantized version of a caltrop. It's like from when they land and hit the ground and stuff, you assume them to probably weigh somewhere in the nature of like 3 to 5 pounds, and they're like the size of a basketball, and they're just these spiked orbs, and a whole slew of them comes raining down across the face of the furthest left, the most northern edge of this dwarven army, and you just see the front ranks of them just get ripped apart and turned into fucking hamburger, and the fucking next wave starts running up trying to close that gap as they're continuing to close together. You actually come within range of the southern edge of both armies now. You're a few feet away from this dwarven artillery team when one of the dwarves on the back of the wagon spots you. Whoa! And he just starts screaming out, and you see about a half a dozen dwarves that were running past, trying to get to the front line, immediately turn and plant their pikes into the ground and brace them against the edges of the artillery wagon and pull their shields up and take defensive stances around the southern side of this wagon, almost as if they're expecting you to pull in and attack them.
I'm going to kind of nudge Bob forward a little bit. It looks like you're up.
So Dave will go to nudge Bob, and he'll let it happen. And he'll kind of step forward more and kind of put his arms up a little, like, "Hey, I don't mean any harm," and I will make a charisma check.
Okay.
Of
Well, how are you gonna charisma on him?
leave me alone. I'm looking into it, Grom. Shut your face.
You need to make a deception check because we do mean some harm
Um,
to the bad
I have-
guys.
Yeah,
That's right.
the only one I have is intimidation, and it would be a 24.
Okay.
To intimidate them?
I mean,
That-
you could just
well,
roll straight charisma.
So you guys
That
run
I
up.
can do that too.
These dwarves take up position, slamming the hilts of their pikes into the ground, ready for this charge. And Dave shoves Bob a step forward. And Bob stands up nice and tall, holding his sword down low as to appear not threatening, but puffing his chest out to show the gleaming armor that he wears and the symbol of Tempest emblazoned on his chest. And the dwarves hoot in rapid response, and a volley of crossbow bolts streaks out from the bench seat of this artillery wagon where two other dwarves have just popped up and let fly. So we're going to.
You didn't even let me pick what kind of tech I was making. You just made the decision for me.
Well,
Fuck it.
That's what happens when you start off with, I'm going to do a charisma check. He's like, all right, well, I get to tell you what kind.
Yeah.
So for the sheer volume and mass, they actually target you off the bat, Bob, but they also see this giant barbarian running beside you. So they actually send a bolt at you as well, Dave. And the first one is not going to hit. So, Bob, you actually deflect the bolt off.
With holy
And
radiance.
Dave, we are looking at that one is going to hit. Take that one hits. You're going to take 9 points of piercing damage as this crossbow bolt just slams into your chest up by the shoulder and just punches in deep. And that brings us to the top of the initiative order. So we're going to start. It's going to go Bob, Nug, Teef, Dave, Grob.
Okay, so I run up, just Mr. Amazing with my super amazing charisma check. And all of a sudden, we're getting shot at. My divine radiance deflects the arrow that would have done harm to me as I'm showing off my symbols of Tempest to these dwarves who I'm trying to, in fact, help. So then I will make a specific persuasion roll to try to get them to stop firing assholes. So
Firing assholes.
that was a nat 20 plus a 6.
They're shooting assholes all over the place.
Easy. Right? Somebody give me
And
some of
you-
this ice off this mountain because my dice are on fire.
And you don't know if it's the ring or Tempest or one of those moments that wasn't spent, drinking Acolyte's wine when you were training, when you actually were nose deep in a book.
We don't talk
But
about
a word flashes across your memory, and instinctually you just belt it out, and you're like, "Oh, rock!" And all of these dwarves, including the two that just fired at you, all just kind of stop for a second, and everybody's head turns towards you. And they're all just on like a hold position.
All right. Then I would ask if anybody understood common. Can you understand me? Or that, or I'd probably try to figure out what I just said in my head first, and then I would offer a greeting.
And you remember somewhere back in your memory as the word actually echoes out away from you and everybody comes to a screeching halt. You actually remember it's an old dwarven adage for stop.
10-4. Then, as I remember that, I would look at them while they're staring at me, and I assume as disbelief. And so the the enemy army is to my right while I'm looking north at these guys. I would hold out my right hand that has the ring, like almost in a salute style, and I would point my sword toward the enemy. And then, with my shield on, I'd smash my chest in real quick, like, ha, ha! And I guess that would technically end my turn. Unless I guess I would try to slowly approach more.
And They all just kind of watch you warily, but you see a few of them begin looking back forward, and the artillery team on the back of the wagon actually has never stopped their rotation. They just keep on loading this trebuchet on the back. That brings us to you, Nug.
Is there any? Okay, so we're coming up on both sides, but whatever. Is there a clear formation of ranks on the enemy side?
You can see that it started out as they were these tight knit things, these blocks that were moving. The dwarven side has kind of opened up a little bit, with some of them being faster than the others and being, obviously they have a mounted uh, brigade that has closed the distance already and has begun ripping through the center ranks of the Warforged army in the center of their line from north to south. They're going straight west into the heart of the army itself. Um, but the Warforged ranks have not dispersed at all. They're actually running at full speed within a pace of each other, clear across, and they're probably from where you guys are, the closest ranks of them are probably 20 paces out as they're running to close the last of the gap between the armies.
Okay. Are there clear commanders?
As I said before, it looks like they're coordinating somehow. Somebody's commanding it, but it's really difficult to distinguish between one and another of these Warforged as they all look so similar.
Okay. Well, I feel like I don't want to be the first one to strike, so um, I am going to stand fast, pull out my shield, and take a defensive stance for right now. Um, yeah, and then do I want to ready in action? No, I'm good with that for right now.
Okay. Teeth, you're up.
So the dwarves are no longer about to attack us, correct? As far as we can tell.
Correct. They seem to just be on a hold position against you. There's still a defensive ring around the wagon, but nobody is firing at you guys.
I think I am going to hold my action and wait to see what happens.
Okay. Dave.
Dave is just gonna look towards these dwarves and yell hammer. Kind of like with his hand in the air and see what happens.
You get a few heads that turn and
So
look
Bob
at you
said
in
stop, and
response,
you said hammer.
Who's gonna say
but
time?
nobody makes any moves towards anything. They all just tighten their grips around their pole arms and pikes.
Well, screw it then. Dave is gonna turn and run in the direction of the enemy.
Okay. You
These
could
guys don't
cover
want
the
to offer any
distance. They're
help.
about 25 feet or so out across the plain from you as they're running in towards the army.
I'll just pick the first one I can come to and try to take it out and see if I can prove to these dwarves that we're here to help.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
That is recklessly for an 18.
An 18 does hit.
Right.
And as you get
For
close
9
to this
damage.
Warforged army and you get ready to launch this first attack, you see even more clearly, Dave, that these Warforged literally look like carbon copies of each other. Like this one is holding this sword in this manner with this shield, and the one right next to him is exactly the same, and exactly the same, and exactly the same. And like it's eerie. It almost throws your senses off. But you come lunging in and smash this thing. How much damage?
9 damage with my battle axe.
Okay. And you just smash down onto its shield arm, and the edge of your axe comes over the top of the shield and crumples the shield and digs a giant rent in the shoulder of this thing, and this thing tries to shove back with its shield while the axe is impaled on it.
And I'm kind of like looking back to where the party was and the dwarves that were just firing on us and stuff. Just kind of glance back for a second and then turn my attention back to this thing and see if I can take another swing, potentially finish it off.
Okay.
Probably not. That's a 12 to hit.
A 12 doesn't hit. You come through and rip your axe back out and try to swing across to cut this thing's armored head from its shoulders. And right at that moment, a white blur comes racing past your left hip, and you see the bone end of a harpoon just erupt out of this thing's midsection from lower left side to upper right, and it actually pins its shield arm up super high, and this dwarf pulls back and rips the harpoon back out of this thing's chest and turns to the next one as the next warforged in line swings down trying to hit him. And melee just begins to erupt. You see other dwarves racing in forward as the press of the Warforged begins pressing forward on you as well. That brings us to.
Does this thing... Do you bleed? Does this thing leak any kind of fluid as it's going down, or?
You don't see anything like other than this thing just rent through metal, and if you actually were looking closely as it pulled it out, it actually pulled chunks of frozen metal out of this thing's chest and just
Gotcha.
ripped them down through it.
Okay.
And the thing just begins to teeter over, but as it begins to fall over, the press actually pushes it forward and it falls towards you at your feet.
All right. That's my turn.
All right, that brings us to Grom.
I mean, I'll assist in battle. Closest enemy, I guess. Closest thing that's been attacked.
Okay. You charge up right behind where Dave rushed into him because that's the closest front to you for the enemy army. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
18.
An 18 will hit.
And let's see. 12 damage.
Okay. And you come through with your great sword and you slam home, cutting deep across the midsection of this warforged. You actually cut a rent right in through its shield and into its midsection, and it tries to bring both arms up and throw them forward at you.
I'll attack it again with Grey Weapon Master.
Okay.
22.
That'll hit.
Oh my lord. 2 1s. 17 damage.
and you come across bringing the sword back across in like a short sweep to try to keep this thing at bay. And because it's actually trying to slam its hands home at you, you actually come across just in time to take both arms of this thing off at the elbow as the very tip of your sword digs a line across its chest. And you can see this frozen spring and gear and mechanism start vibrating and moving around inside the hole that just opened up, and the press begins pressing in towards you.
Shit. Godless beast.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, I'm done.
All right. And that actually brings us to the armies, and the melee just begins erupting all around. The artillerists are wreaking havoc on both sides as the press becomes intermingled and becomes these small contained pockets of fighting all along the front line. You actually have trouble keeping track of each other. I'm actually going to need each one of you to give me a survival check or a perception, if you choose, to keep each other in visual range, because the press and the mass of bodies that's raging around is just ripping this battlefield to shreds.
I got a
Dirty
19.
20 survival.
Oh my lord.
Jesus. Bob has a dirty 20 survival.
24.
I have a 19 survival.
16.
Nice.
17.
So you all are able to keep each other somewhat close to each other and in visual range of each other as this war begins to erupt. And you're doing your best to dodge attacks and stay focused where you need to be able to assist these dwarves. But it's becoming apparent quickly that they're fairly well outmatched. Most of these dwarves aren't laying down these creatures like you guys are. Like they're keeping these things from charging rampantly across the field, and they're engaging them, but from the immediate vicinities around you, they seem to be getting the shorter end of the stick, so to speak, when it comes to this battle unfolding. And they just begin raging out, and you're actually all going to get attacked because you're all within range of the Warforged, who now view you as a threat. First one, no.
What we need is a druid to open up a hole in the ground.
Third one.
That'd be nice.
You're a turtle. How much more druidic can it get?
I mean, I've got minor illusion, but
Now you see me, now you don't.
So, Bob, you're going to take 18 points of piercing damage. So, Dave, you're going to take 13 points of piercing damage. Grom, you're going to take 16. Teeth, you're going to take 14. And Nug, you're going to take 18. As the two faces of these armies erupt and these Warforged begin charging up and trying to slash at you from one side, and these dwarves come running up on your flanks and begin stabbing out with these pole arms and these pikes at these warforged. And that brings us back to the top of the initiative order to Bob.
That moon tongue flame sword is is that a +1?
Yes, sir. At least until you're fully attuned
Till I'm
to it.
attuned, right? Let me change that so I know. Ooh, that's a big attack bonus, baby. The force is strong with that one. Okay, so Dave is fighting with some people. Grom is fighting with some people.
Everybody fighting.
A bunch of dwarves are getting their butts kicked, and we just took a bunch of damage as well.
Yep. You're still next to the artillery wagon. Like you turned around as you saw Dave and Grom both rush forward and engage. You hefted up your weapons to charge forward too, and the front ranks actually collided with each other, and you are now in a giant melee of the dwarves and these warforged that are pushing into the front ranks of the army.
Okay. I imagine that everybody's in a semi-close vicinity. So
Yeah, you've all been able to keep yourself fairly tightly knit.
I trust in these guys now, enough to know that they can handle themselves. So what I'm gonna do is rush to the nearest group of dwarves that are getting the crap beat out of them, and I'm gonna assist them. With the closest group within my range, so that way I know I'm still in vicinity of my friends. My friend.
There's actually a group that was covering the left side of the wagon that ran forward to the front in front of the long-haired white goats, and they're trying to engage with these warforged as they're coming in and attacking them.
10-4. So I'm gonna rush up and throw myself in between um the first set of battlers,
Okay,
and I'm gonna start making attacks on the warforged, not the dwarfs.
gotcha.
All right. 15 to hit.
A 15 is exactly what you need to hit.
Heck yeah. All right. So, and I will. I'm going to use a smite. And I'm gonna roll me some damage. It's a D8. Where's my D8s? Okay.
Whatever your smite damage is that you're rolling,
Mm-hmm.
add an additional d4 to it.
10-4. All right, let me roll my smitey damage. Smitey damage. Oh my god. All right, so it's going to be 9 plus 18 is 27 damage.
And this blade, you've held it for a while now, but you haven't engaged with this thing really in combat. And more so than that, you engage Tempest as you charge in against this thing, roaring out his name to empower the smite that you're getting ready to dispel into or discharge into this evil creature. And you actually feel so much more connected to Tempest and his will right now. And you don't honestly know if it's because you're out from underneath the mountain or if it's because you are literally in Tempest's living room right now on a knife's edge, engaged in this massive battle that's happening, and you just feel this pure energy just race through you as you hit this thing, expecting to dig deep into its shield arm, and actually it just explodes. The shield actually just erupts as the rib cage of this thing splits open, and the shrapnel from the shield actually just explodes in a 5 foot spray around this thing, ricocheting off of other warforged and actually pelting a couple of dwarves, but doing no sustainable real damage. But this thing just smashes and falls to the ground in a slatted heap of metal.
Then I turn to the next one and I make an attack on that one.
Okay.
There is no smite this time.
Okay.
Just a big haul off. 21.
21 hits.
Ow! Oh God! Oh. 14 damage.
And you tear into the midsection of this next one, and it grunts and tries to lift its arm bearing this sword to swipe at you.
I brace for an attack, and then my turn. Taking whatever step I need to come even more in between a dwarf and this warforged that I'm engaged.
Okay. That brings us to Nug.
Okay. Let's see how I'm gonna handle this. I mean, are we just cutting down these ranks?
There's targets of opportunity everywhere. Like I said, this seems that the Warforged have kept a more meticulous order to their ranks, and they're tending to stay tighter knitted and grouped together and pushing forward, whereas the dwarves are beginning to unravel on the front lines.
Okay. All right. Well, I better make use of uh, this darkness until before dawn comes. So, I'm going to brandish my Kursagama, and I'm going to use Shadow Step, jump forward. I don't know what's a good distance. I got a range of 60 feet. I don't really want to end up in the middle of the battle, but
you could jump wherever you wanted to. I mean, it's
for
pretty
sure.
much to the limits of your dark vision. You can see off to one side is ranks of Warforged pushing their way closer, all the way down to the northern end of the valley. You can see them just eating up steps of ground as you watch.
For sure.
And then off to the other side, you can see more dwarves coming in from back over the plains to the east and bringing in more troops to try to bolster the defense.
Okay, so I'm gonna use Shadow Step, and I'm gonna jump forward, and I'm gonna try and take out some of the Warforged that are facing that other flank that's coming in, the other flank of dwarves.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna jump forward 60 feet and make an attack on pretty much the nearest Warforged.
Yeah. And
on that side.
You actually picture the spot. You look forward to it, channeling your ki to pull you from one step to another, and you actually step through, and right as you step through, another Warforged steps to the side as it was moving through battle, and it just lines up to where you're ready to just go in at that one in front of you.
For sure. All righty. So that's a 21.
That hits.
Okay. Nine damage, including the
Okay.
1d6 sneak attack. And then I'm gonna hit him again with my second attack.
All right.
My extra attack or whatever.
Yeah, you see this big old dent cave in, part of the jaw covering on this thing, but it just burrows down more at you.
Okay. The second attack is an 18.
That hits.
And we are doing 7 damage.
Okay, and you see a big rent open up in this thing's neck as it tries to swing out wildly with this sword arm at you.
Okay. And he's just gonna let's see, what do I want? Yeah, he's gonna put his hands together, take a deep breath, and call on his key to do flurry of blows. So I'm gonna hit him with 2 unarmed attacks.
Okay.
So the first attack is a 16.
That hits.
And it does 6 slashing damage.
And that's actually enough to pull the severed piece that's controlling the servos in its head off completely. And you see this gear spin out and the body topples off to the side.
Okay. Is there another Warforged close enough to me to?
Yeah, another one steps up from right behind it to fill the gap.
And I'm just gonna keep following through then with that second unarmed attack.
Okay.
And that is a 23, and it will do
Hits.
11 damage.
And you put a giant boot-sized, turtle claw-sized dent in the middle of this thing's large shield that it's bearing, and you actually push it back a step, and it comes back onto guard and comes towards.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else for your turn?
No, that'd be the end of my turn.
All right. That actually brings us to you, Chief. What do you want to do?
I am going to use my held action and use my my winged boots and fly up about 15 feet. And I'm going to drop a globe of darkness from my center, right where I'm at. And I'm going to use that as cover to make sneak attacks and start shooting at these
You're going to
warforged.
fly up 15 feet, and then you're going to drop the globe of darkness centered on you 15 feet off the ground.
Yes. And
Okay.
that produces a globe of darkness 15 feet in diameter, which I'll use as cover while I pop out and shoot things from there.
Okay.
No one's gonna notice.
You might not. It's dark. I'm dark. Dark and dark.
Do you have
There's more
enough
dark.
actions to make an attack too, or is that your turn?
Well, that was my held action, so I'll use my turn to use sneak attack and shoot the closest warforged I see to me.
Okay.
I only rolled a 13. That's what I
A
got.
13 will not hit. It
Yeah.
glances off one of the shields as they're marching the line forward. That brings us to Dave.
Well, sweet Christmas. While we are fighting, Dave is trying to keep his eyes open for any kind of leadership in the ranks of these Warforged. Like he's thinking that we could potentially defeat them all with the dwarves' help, but also thinking as a barbarian of the plains, having fought before, he's thinking like take out the head, take out the leaders, and it may stop. Their ranks may fall into disarray.
Give me a perception check. Actually, how tall are you, Dave?
Oh, 6 feet tall. I don't know. Yeah, go with 6 feet tall.
I don't know how tall Bob is either. That's funny.
Rookies. All right, what's your perception?
11.
You don't see much past.
Unless you want to go with passive, it's 15.
You don't see much past the initial combats that are happening around you. They keep drawing your eye to them. It's hard to gain any real perspective on the battlefield, even though you're looking above the heads and shoulders of most of these dwarves. Some of these warforged are, pretty tall, going on 6 foot. Probably 5'9", 5'10". You haven't really stopped to take a measurement, but they're pretty decent sized warforged. So it's hard to kind of get a visual, but it does seem like that center of the plains where the polar bear cavalry for the dwarves charged, it seems to be that the melee there is exceptionally thick right now. Like, you can see that you guys are fighting in pockets out here, but that is just a wild melee brawl of bodies and these dwarves riding these polar bears, and you can see these polar bears just grabbing these warforged and throwing them out into the masses.
Yeah, Dave's just looking for, like you described them all as kind of looking the same. So Dave's just kind of looking for something that looks different, something that's moving different. I imagine it's very disorienting seeing just a sea of the same thing, like copies of the same thing, fighting the same style. Like, obviously, they're not all making the same moves at the same time, but just
everything's eerily similar.
Yeah. So I imagine that's why, a good big reason why he's not picking anything up. With after that, I guess I'll just make a couple of attacks.
Okay.
And I'll probably start trying to fight my way into a direction where they seem concentrated. Maybe start fighting my way over towards that area. Obviously, trying to stay clear of the polar bears, but trying to fight my way that direction. Because if the dwarves are concentrating a lot of their forces in one area, that it might hit pay dirt over there.
It just seems that area has held together the best. The rest of the dwarven line seems to have lost a little bit of its organization.
Gotcha. That's a 26 on the first attack, recklessly.
That hits for sure.
For 5 damage.
Okay.
And now I'm going to quit being stupid and quit forgetting to rage. So he's getting frustrated that he's not being able to take these Warforged out relatively easily. He's going to give a shout and re-attack this thing.
Okay.
That's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
For 12 damage on that. And those dwarven, or not dwarven, but these specters, these barbarians of the plains will start flitting up from the ground and pestering whichever Warforged I just attacked kind of distracting it.
In the description for that ability, does it give you a value of these specters?
I don't think so, but I'll double check real quick.
Either way, as soon as the ritual begins to take effect, you feel it almost a little more tangibly than you felt it before. You've seen these things before. They've aided you and your kinsmen for hundreds of years. But this almost feels like you could actually reach out and touch one of them, and there seems to be an abundance of them, almost double what you're normally used to seeing.
Yeah, it doesn't give an amount. I just always imagine, like 5 or 10 or something like that. I imagine amount depending on the creature, because it's got to be enough to cause it to have disadvantage attacking allies and stuff like that. I imagine with one like humanoid sized creature, it's not many, 5 or 6 or something like that.
Right. So yeah, they just swarm this Warforged all over this thing.
He's kind of taken aback. Like I imagine he's probably had connections where it's felt a little stronger before to these things, but it's never felt like they were like just on the verge of being corporeal again, just on the verge of actually being there on the battlefield with him again. It kind of takes him aback for a second. I'd like to imagine he kind of pauses like mid battle and just stares for a moment before shaking it off and joining in and fighting again.
Nice. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it.
All right, Grom.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I mean, we're keeping
Chaos
up
rages around you.
and I am the center. I am the eye of the storm.
Oh,
I mean, whatever's closest, let's bash them up.
all right.
Crit, very nice.
I believe first combat crit of the night.
Yay.
So, just to recap, I do all of my damage and then I just double it, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to smite as well.
It's expectory.
As a second level?
No, just regular old smite.
Yeah. But does he get to add a D4 too?
You do.
Oh, okay.
Sick, bro. I guess they don't like radiant damage. Which is A-okay with me.
Again, it's that same rush of emotion, Grom, when you begin to open up the channel to Tempest. It just washes through you, and you don't know if it's because you're finally out under the open sky, or if it's because you're just engaged in this giant battle right now, or what. But you just feel the vitality and the divine essence of Tempest himself, and not one of the champions of his name, just flowing through you as you engage this holy power.
Well, I'm feeling it. My pre-double damage is 34, so
Oh
Yeah, and
68.
you come down with this great sword, expecting to feel resistance, as you expect this metal to slow you down, and almost with a blazing white residual gleam to the edge of your sword, you just cleave straight through this Warforged, and it's actually so far up towards the hilt of your great sword that it begins to cut through its torso, that it actually carves the neck clean off of the one behind it, and the head topples to the side next to this body that just splits open in front of you.
Hell yeah. Is there another one close to me?
Yeah, they're lined up.
Oh, good. 18.
Next.
That hits.
And I'll do 18 damage to it.
And this one, you cut both legs right out from underneath it, and it falls forward onto its shield, and the servos in its arms start raking out with its sword like this in a spasm.
They were not prepared. That's my turn.
And that actually brings us to them. And the dwarves that are close at hand to the various members of your party, especially you, Nug, the ones that were engaged with the Warforged when you appeared out of nowhere, have rallied and begun to put a little more vigor into their swings. And they rage out and start attacking everything, all the Warforged around on all fronts. And I need all of you to give me a perception roll.
Bob doesn't perceive very well.
Yeah. Me either.
It's a 6.
I rolled a 9.
Nice.
Nice.
I got a total of 3.
Hell yeah.
16.
Did you say perception?
Yes.
Correct.
That's just a little old 25 for me with a nat 20.
Jesus. Let's see you do that in battle.
Never.
I
Never,
actually-
ever. Never, ever, ever, ever will I.
actually never give exact DCs for people when they have to do something like that, unless it's usually in combat. But just for your own personal accolades, Dave, that was exactly the DC you needed to hit
Jesus
in
Christ.
order to be able to pick up on this. And it's
Tempest
actually
has smiled
due
on
to
me.
it's actually due to the fact that you were already somewhat geared into looking for it. And coming from the west, silhouetted against the moonlight, you see this large stone platform being driven forward by these huge mechanical wheels. And standing atop it is a. Let me make sure I tell you exactly.
So, Dave, you want to convert to the religion of Tempest?
She actually stands from platform to the top of her head only a mere 12 and a half feet. She's small for giant kind, but you see a blue skinned, white haired female giant riding this platform carrying a large crystalline staff as she slams it into the front of the platform. And coming out from in front of it, you see this huge blast of frigid ice and cold air charging across the battlefield towards where the polar bears are engaged with the Warforged. And it just begins to settle over the freezing Warforged, polar bear, and dwarf alike with no discrimination as the entire center mass eye of that little melee freezes mid combat, and the rest of the remaining ring around it gets pushed in towards it, and you see bodies of dwarves and warforged just break apart like snow on a mountainside, just crumbling. And then you're all going to get attacked by the warforged that are around you. So
Um, yeah.
let's start with Bob.
Nope.
You're not going to hit that one.
Not gonna do it.
Does an 18 hit you?
I mean, my AC is an 18.
And an 18 hits you. It's gonna be 11 points of piercing damage you're going to take, Bob. And then we're going to go to Nug, who finds himself surrounded on a semicircle by these Warforged with these little dwarves trying to rally to the cause beside you, but they're all going to stab out at this new threat. And that's going to be an 18 for the first one, a 20 for the second one, and a 23 for the third one. So 24 points of piercing damage as these long swords just begin clanging out in response to you dropping the two of them and creating a hole. They just all begin stabbing and slashing out. And now we're going to go to Grom. Not going to hit you. That one will hit you. That one will not hit you. So you're going to take 5 points of piercing damage as you dodge a few of these attacks, but one of them grazes across your waist, cutting a line into your hip. Next,
Bastard.
go to Dave. And that one's going to miss. That one's going to hit.
That's a hard no for me.
And that one's going to miss too. And you're going to take 7 points of piercing damage as one of these
No, I won't.
slide through.
Halved. Do you round up or round down when you have?
You round to whatever half is.
Half of 7 is 3.5.
Exactly. So you get 3.5. So you can round down.
Okay.
And they just begin slashing out and stabbing out in all directions. And you see another huge eruption as another cloud of ice shards and shrapnel and frigid air arcs out towards the northern edge of the line and just freezes a path of Warforged and dwarves. And again, that whole section just crumbles forward as the press just continues to press in. And we are going to make a check for her real quick.
Is Teef still holding that darkness?
Huh?
Is Teef still
Yes.
holding that darkness?
And Teef, your darkness, I don't think you can see through it, right? Nobody can see through it. So you actually don't see it, but anybody who Dave apparently is the only one who caught sightline of this giant. You actually see her lift this large crystalline staff up in the air and start pointing it out up above where you guys are. And that's going to bring us back to the top of the initiative order with Bob.
Bob is very busy fighting, and he failed his check, so he doesn't really know about any of that yet.
No,
So-
Bob's just hearing explosions. He's like, fuck yeah, Tempest, rage.
Right. He's like, yeah, let's make some more. So he's going to, attack the ones
Swing
that have
for the
been
fences.
attacking him. Yep, that's right. 12's not going to hit. But a 22 is.
That it will.
I'm not going to smite this time either. I assume I'm going to hit the one that I hit last time.
Yeah, I assume naturally if on a turn you don't drop something, you're going to use that as a primary target for the next turn, unless I specifically tell you that something killed it.
10 damage.
That's enough.
Bam. Legolas, 2 already.
Very impressive.
Right? So again, I will kind of maneuver in front of the next dwarf next to me and kind of try to get in between, not in between as to take an attack of opportunity, but as to where I could theoretically intervene if he was
Draw
making
some of
that.
the attention and be there to react.
Yes.
Okay.
That'll do, pig.
Nug.
Okay. Let's see where I'm at. Okay. Well, my first action is going to be to pop a healing potion because I'm fucking hurting. And that's what? 2d4 plus 2?
Correct, if you're just doing the standard ones.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Can't you grab 2 with one hand? And
So 9 damage or 9 healing.
Health back.
Let me just correct that real quick. All right, a little bit better. And then I'm just gonna attack the nearest dude.
Okay.
Oops. Since we're still under darkness, is it a sneak attack?
You could try to use one of the dwarves and the confusion of combat to try to jab out at somebody else that wasn't expecting, or maybe go in between the front rank of them and get one in the second rank.
For sure. All right. So we are looking at, that's a 26 for the
That
first
hits.
attack. And we're looking at 9 damage. And the second attack is a 19.
That hits.
And we're doing 7 damage.
And that one you see drop to the ground, and the servo starts spinning on it, and both its arms start flailing.
Okay. And then I am going to use my bonus action and do Step of the Wind to dash back behind the ranks.
Now, are you just going to dash out behind the dwarven ranks, or are you going to try to like jump back to like where your squad is?
I'll jump back. To where the squad is.
All right, give me a perception check to see if you have them in your visual.
I always forget my perception. Dirty 20.
You actually pick Dave out, and then you see Grom and Bob sweeping in back behind them, and the globe of darkness is still hanging up there in the air.
All right. So, yeah, I'm just going to use Step of the Wind and dash back to where
Okay.
they are. And that will be my turn.
Teef, that brings us to you.
I'm gonna use the elements of surprise and pop out of the left side of the sphere that I'm in, take aim at the closest Warforged I can see and let loose. 19, 20, 21, 22.
That hits.
All right, finally.
You need a 15 to hit these guys.
Copy that. Let's see. Light crossbow, 1d8 plus 1d6. For 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
And the bolt lodges deep into the lower midsection of one of these things, and you see sparks and frost start emitting from the wound, and it's turning back and forth looking for where it came from.
I'm going to pop back into my globe of darkness before ending my turn.
Okay. Dave.
Chase. I am going to say screw the axe for now. I've seen this lady, and I'm assuming that she has something to do with what's happening, based on what Bob told us, and the big show of force that she's coming out and just freezing people. And I am going to. Well, I guess I should ask this first. How long has it been since our fight with the Alhoun?
Which fight? The first time you encountered it, or the second
The
time?
second time when he made me use my freaking lightning attack.
It's been a few hours. Probably
Okay,
like 8 or 9 hours.
Well, I guess never mind then, unless it's been. Well, it's once per day and it's still night, so I'm assuming that it hasn't recharged. So I'll just continue with my axe then. And try to fight my way that direction. Now, I don't want to fight my way like directly in front of her because obviously I don't want to get frozen. So I want to make like an arc and kind of get around.
Okay.
That is a 26 for the first hit.
That definitely hits.
For 9 damage.
And this thing's shield arm gets sheared off. And you just see like a plume of like exceptionally cold air just starts busting out from where the arm was connected.
And 17 for the second hit.
That hits.
For 12 damage.
And you just come across with the axe and just take the top half off of this thing, and the pieces get knocked off to the side.
And Dave's just like screaming battle cries of the barbarian plains this whole time, just like hacking through these things as quickly as he can, trying to get over that direction. Somebody did a perception check and you said they saw Dave, but really in reality, I imagine unless you're just not paying attention at all, you can probably at least hear Dave screaming and hollering and his yells of victory as he cuts thousands upon thousands of these things in half. At least that's how many he thinks he's done.
He's single-handedly holding the southern line. That brings us to you, Grom. Grommy.
Oh, sorry, I was muted again. I attack the darkness for 14.
All right, that a 14 will not hit.
Yeah. I'll attack whatever target again for 20 this time.
Okay, that hits.
23.
And that one just gets cleaved.
How's the fight going?
The dwarves are having their asses handed to them.
But we're doing good.
All fronts. You guys and very few remaining polar bear riders are the only ones who seem to be, acquitting themselves well. Everybody else is just barely holding on. And not even holding on completely. Whole areas have just been completely devastated. And you can see there's more dwarves trying to come across the plains to back them up, but not nearly enough compared to the amount of warforged you're looking at here on the battlefield.
All right. I'll cast Shield of Faith and concentrate on that.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's my turn.
All right, and that actually brings us back to them. And all of you are going to need to make... Actually, let's do this in the right order. Oh, wait. Chief walked away. So, the only one... Everyone give me a perception check first off.
13 for Grum.
18.
Five for Bob.
13.
You're not going to believe this, but I got a 25 again.
And Dave is still the only one perceiving what's happening on the battlefield, and he can barely process it through his rage-induced brain right now. But you catch a glimmer of moonlight shimmer down in front of this giant holding this crystal rod, and you see a blast of white light rip out of the end of the rod, and it actually washes over this globe of darkness that's hanging in the air. And Teef, you feel almost like somebody threw a bucket of cold water on you, and it just like somebody just blindsided you with it, and it washes over you, and you see the battlefield open up in front of you as the darkness vanishes, and then gravity kicks in, and you fall 15 feet straight down to the ground as you see the wings on your boots hanging limp as you smack into the ground and take 7 points of bludgeoning damage from falling. And Dave, you see it. She actually comes down with this crystal staff and slams it into the front of this huge stone platform on these mechanical wheels. And she vaults off of it and actually clears the 30 or 40 foot of distance right into the center of where the last remaining polar bear riders are, and she just begins sweeping them across as if she were cutting down fields of wheat, and they just start falling in front of her.
Dave's
And then
instantly
you're all going
turning
to
and
get
headed
attacked
that
by
direction.
Warforged. So we're going to go in the same order. Bob, that one is going to hit. That one will not. That one will not. So you're going to take 5 points of piercing damage. Nug. No. No, he actually got trampled by another one. But that one will for 5 points of piercing damage. Grom. No.
My AC is 22 now, by the way, because Shield of Faith.
Copy that. That's not going to hit either. That one will, though, for 9 points of piercing damage. Teef, you actually fell far enough back above the wagon that there isn't a Warforged immediately in the vicinity to attack you, but there are a few dwarves that are like, oh shit, what the hell? As you fall to the ground in their midst. And Dave. No. 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 That brings us back to the top of the initiative order with Bob. Bob clearly now, without even any advanced searching, you can see that the center of this dwarven line where these polar bears were, that was the main anchor point, the main focal point for this dwarven army, has just been completely obliterated. The northern half of the line is in ragged rags, just spread out, being devastated, and the southern half is only holding together because of your and your companions' valiant efforts to stem the tides here. But it's clearly becoming a one-sided fight.
Okay. I would like to make a perception roll of my own, to try to get a better grasp on the battle of the whole as a whole, if I can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's still super freaking low. So, but it's a 10 at least. At least I had double digits this time. So I everybody's getting smashed. Are people still running the trebuchets and shit, or no?
Yeah, the artillery team's still firing away.
Hmm. Maybe we should.
Most of the guards they have run forward now to try to stop the Warforged, and even the crossbowmen off the bench seat that fired at you initially are gone. They must have discarded their crossbows and jumped down and ran into the battle.
Maybe we should. Maybe we should launch Nug out there in a trebuchet, like a spin it with his little claws out, like a spinning little turtle disc of death.
It's funny that you're reading my mind, but
I'm gonna just keep attacking stuff because I'm getting attacked. Or actually, um, I think I need to use a heal on myself first. Or no, I'm going to attack using an inspiring smite to heal myself.
Okay.
So my first attack.
Now, what all does the inspiring smite do differently than a regular smite? It just gives you a percentage of the damage you do as a heal.
Immediately after you deal damage to a creature with your Divine Smite feature, you can use your Channel Divinity as a bonus action and distribute temporary hit points. Oh no, that's to give people bonus hit points, not to heal myself. I do not want to do that.
Yeah, but that'll heal any damage done to you or any of your companions around you.
Yeah, if you get the
Depending on
temporary
what kind
hit
of paladin
points,
he is.
if you get the temporary hit points, if it lets you get the temporary hit points too, whatever damage you take will take away those first before it goes back to taking away your actual hit points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it says it can include me. It gives 2d8 temporary hit points. So I guess that would be like a heal, right?
Yeah, it'd be like having 2d8s worth of armor added onto your life pool.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna continue to do that. So it'll be an attack, which will
Yep,
be
your regular smite action
it'll be a
attack,
dirty,
whatever
yep, a
level you
dirty
decide, you
20.
still add the d4 to it.
Yep. A, a dirty 20 for that. My
That hits.
my weapon damage will be 12. My smite damage will be 11, so that's 23.
And this
That's
thing just explodes in shards of metal and ice.
and then I get
And you can actually add the d4 to those temporary hit points too.
okay, so that's gonna be 11, 14 and plus my level, which is 7, so 21. That's sick.
Yep. Anybody close to Bob right now just sees him glinting as the ice and rime and blood just almost looks as if it's being washed off of his armor as he's fighting.
And then I'm going to attack the next one.
Okay.
For a 21.
That hits.
And it's just going to be weapon damage. It's going to all fucking natural 8, baby. So that's going to be 16 damage.
And it just rips through the chest cavity of this thing, sending pieces and gear spinning out.
And that's going to end my turn.
All right, that brings us to Nug.
So was Bob or is Dave the only one who can see this giant, or can we all?
He's the only one who's caught sightline of her while she was on her platform and watched her progress to where she went in the battle.
Okay.
Everybody else is kind of distracted with battles that are happening close at hand.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna make a perception check to see if I can scan the battlefield and see where she went or whatever. 22.
And you actually pick up on it because as Bob perceived it too, you see that this is quickly becoming a landslide against the dwarves as the center of their line and the northern portion of their line has just been completely obliterated. And the Warforged to the north are actually bringing themselves back into formation to swing south. And you pick out this blue-skinned female giant striding over the top of the last remaining polar bear rider and bringing her crystalline rod out in front of her in an arc, and you can see energy charging up the rod.
Okay. Let's see here. What's the distance?
You're looking at about 70 feet.
Okay. On this turn, I am just going, since I'm not going to be able to reach her, I'm just going to attack the nearest Warforged.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I'm not. I'm going to... No, I don't have any movement left, do I? Or I don't have any actions left.
You just started your turn. You haven't used any actions or movement yet.
Oh, okay. All right. So you said 70 feet?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to use Shadow Step to hop forward. I'm going to hop forward 60 feet, and then I'm going to use my Kurzagama to try and grapple. Obviously, I can't grapple her because she's a friggin' giant and I'm a turtle. But I'm going to try and grapple the staff.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what? Strength check?
I think you make your attack to see if you hit with the grapple.
Okay.
And then it's an opposed strength check.
Okay. So, yeah, so technically, okay, cool. Yeah, let me see here. Crit. Natural 20. Too bad it's not damage.
Okay.
And then
definitely
strength
hits.
check.
Yep.
Okay.
And actually give
And
yourself
then I
advantage
just make a
on the
regular
strength check for the crit.
Okay. It's just a straight strength check, or is it an athletics check, or?
No, just unless your Kursagama says something otherwise, it's just a strength check.
Yeah, it just says grapple at 10 feet. Come on. $23.
You successfully grapple the rod.
Okay.
Shut up, Teeth.
So I grappled her. I'm gonna hit her with my extra attack.
Okay.
Hang on 1 second. Where is that? And we're looking at 21 for
That
the
does not
attack.
hit.
Okay. Can I spend a key to hit her with 2 unarmed strikes?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Pop the claws on my free hand. $26 on the first attack.
A 26 will hit.
All right. So the damage on that first one is 9 slashing damage. And the second one will not hit.
And then I'm gonna need and then you're gonna feel the energy from the staff race down your Kurosama as frost begins to form over your fingertips, holding onto the edge of the weapon, and you actually take 18 points of cold damage as it seep into your bones, into your hands.
All right.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
I don't think there's anything else I can do. I think I used all my actions.
All right.
Yeah, there's nothing else I can do.
That brings us to you, Chief. So you feel the impact as you smack into the earth next to this artillery wagon, and a few of these dwarves pull their pole arms on guard and then turn back and engage back in melee with these warforged. Whatever it is you're carrying that had a magical effect, it is effectively dampened. It will not reactivate itself no matter which effect it has for at least an hour. You can feel the weight of things that you couldn't feel the weight of before. The wings on your boots are just hanging limply by your ankles.
So I'm feeling a little shook because something just dispelled my globe of darkness and dropped me to the ground. So I'm looking for, just looking around to see whatever it was that did that. So
And you can go ahead and make a perception roll with advantage.
It's 11
That was with advantage.
with advantage.
And you actually don't see her directly, you just see Nug vanish from where he was near Dave and Bob and Grom, and you see him reappear somewhere down the battlefield, and he lunges forward, and then a bunch of Warforged and dwarves cross in front of your vision, and you lose sight of him again.
I'm going to see if I can't maybe follow Nug and try to catch up to him to see where he's racing off to.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try to hide in the melee.
Okay.
And I'll just hold my main action.
All right. That brings us to Dave.
Is there anything that I can do to get to this person besides just fighting through hordes of these Warforged? Because I mean that's my goal. If I have to keep just slicing through, I will. But if I can see an opening or another way to get around in that direction, I'd prefer to do that.
Give me a perception roll.
Not a 25. 7.
You are watching right in front of you, and you're trying to keep your eye focused out there, and you actually see Nug vanish, and you go to step into the spot he was in, expecting him to have like run forward, and you were going to be right there with him using his shell as like a buffer to charge forward, but he actually vanishes from right in front of you and reappears in the distance, and next thing you know there's this Warforged cocking back with a sword. He was actually trying to attack Nug, and Nug vanished, and you stepped into the spot.
All right. Well, that really, really pisses Dave off, so he's gonna try to mess this guy up.
Okay.
Get him, Dave.
24 to hit.
That hits.
10 damage.
And this thing just takes this axe, and the arm and shoulder joint of this thing just drops down dead next to its side, and it attempts to try to shield bash you.
All right. It probably cleave through that arm, and I go to push past, thinking that its weapon's gone. I'll be fine to just push past it, and it shield bashes me, kind of knocks me back, not necessarily doing damage, but like checks me and puts me in my spot. I've got to face it. That was only an 11.
And it raises its elbow, bringing its shield up a little higher. Anything else for your turn?
Nope. I'm just gonna keep attempting to press forward and get over there to where she's at.
Grom, give me a perception roll to start your turn, sir.
All right. 8 or 20.
So you're actually coming in from the side in the order of organization on the battlefield. It's actually Dave, then Bob, then you. So you're off to one side, and you actually get a visual as Nug disappears and reappears. You see silhouetted just behind him as he reappears and starts flipping around and grabbing this giant freaking crystal staff. You actually get your first visual image of this female giant. She stands about 12 feet tall. She's got light blue skin, white hair, and she's got this like what's effectively probably 6 foot in length, huge piece of crystal that she's fighting with Nug with. She's about 50 or so feet from you now.
Are there other enemies between me and her?
Yes, there are probably somewhere in the nature of 6 or 8 warforged between you and her.
All right, well, I'll cut my way towards her then.
Okay.
I rolled a 15.
That hits.
All right, one sec. Uh, 15 damage. How about that?
And you drop this thing to the ground and it starts swiping at your legs right as the next one pushes forward and actually stomps on the head of this thing, moving in to try to attack you.
Well, I'll attack that one.
Okay.
I rolled a 20.
That hits.
Um, and 19 damage.
And this thing, as it's charging forward to try to attack you, you bring your sword back up from chopping the first one down, and this thing just impales itself on the end of your great sword, and you actually just push it off to the side, and it bumps into the next one in line.
That's my turn.
All right. And that actually brings us to them. The dwarves are starting to realize they're being routed, and they're starting to consolidate their forces and trying to extract some sort of retreat out of this hopeless battle. And it hasn't quite broken down to raw chaos of running away, but you can see that there are packs of dwarves trying to gather other dwarves and fight as they're retreating. And it's going to be all right. So we're going to start with her, and she sees this turtle dangling from her crystal staff, and she's not very happy with it. And one of the things she's very good at is throwing rocks and rock shaped things. So, considering that you're grappled onto her, she's actually just going to attempt to just throw you across the battlefield. So, I'm going to need you to make an athletics or acrobatics check.
Which one is better? Oh, my acrobatics is much better. Nat 20.
Nice. What's your total?
29.
So she actually has a 39 for her check to throw you, but your acrobatics are so good that you actually use your Kurosama and the power of her swinging you to throw you to your advantage, and you actually have her where she is at the point where she thinks you're going to come off of the end of the staff. You actually hook just barely a little longer, and it throws you a few steps off to the side, off to her left side, instead of throwing you clear out over the battlefield. She kind of threw you on a hook almost behind her.
Okay. Am I taking fall damage?
No, she didn't have you that high up off the ground to
Okay.
be able to inflict fall damage on you.
I was just making sure I didn't have to react and use slow fall.
But she is going to be pissed that she is not rid of you like she thinks she should be.
So when she threw me aside, can I use my reaction to drop into the shell?
Absolutely.
Cool.
So you drop to the ground and suck into your shell, and she lets out this bellowing scream and draws her staff back up like this And anybody that actually sees it sees these two crystalline bladed heads of an axe form on the end of the staff, and she swings down at it, trying to cleave you in half.
Yay.
Bye, Nug.
And that's going to be a 28 to hit.
Oh yeah, definitely hits.
Ooh.
And
we say bye-bye.
And I just want you to realize that some reason the dice hate me or like you, because on a 3d6 plus 17, I just rolled 3 ones. So you take 20 points of cleaving damage as this axe buries itself into your shell.
Yeah, well that puts me down anyway.
And she tries to pull back up, expecting the axe to be stuck, and she rips it free and turns and looks for the next opponent on the battlefield. As for the rest of you, you're all going to continue to get attacked by Warforged. So we're going to start with Bob. And it's going to be 17 will not hit, but a 20 will, and a 7 will not. So you're going to take 8 points of piercing. Grom, no. You're 22, correct?
Yeah.
And a nat 20. So the first one is going to be 11 points. The second one is going to be 20 points of piercing damage. So you actually take 32 Grom.
Damn.
I'm dead, so I'm gonna step away real quick. I'll be right back.
And Dave, no, and your AC is effectively what?
15.
That one will for 5 points of piercing damage. And Teeth, you see that the Warforged are starting to push past the front of the wagon where you're getting up off the ground and trying to hide against the wagon. You see them overrun the last few dwarves that are in front of the wagon, but none of them are close enough to attack you right now. And that actually brings us back to the top of the initiative order with Bob.
So I guess I want to make another perception roll to see if I've noticed any of this stuff.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
pretty oblivious. I'm gonna use my inspiration point.
You don't use it, you lose it.
Exactly. Oh, thank God. 18.
And you clearly pick out what's happening on the battlefield now. The dwarves are routed. They're fleeing pretty much en masse. Nug has just been beat over probably 40 yards away from you now, engaged with this giant female blue-skinned demon. That what is the range of your detect evil?
Oh man. I was just at my paladin page in the player, so get right back there. 60 feet.
You clearly feel just an abomination of evil energy emanating from over there.
And I see this abomination.
Yep, you
I
see
can,
just
like,
in time
put
for
my
her to
eyeballs
fucking
on it.
cleave Nug. Say again.
I said I can see it. I have line of sight.
Yeah. You've got probably, at this point, there's probably 2 or 3 Warforged left on a straight line between you two.
I'm going
The
to
battle is constantly closing the gap.
I see her put Nug down, and I get filled with holy rage, and I cast or I call out to Tempest, and I cast a second level guiding bolt at the giant.
Okay.
Half a second here. That is a 23.
A 23 does not hit.
Oh my god. Then I'm going to be pissed and run as far forward as I can till I hit another enemy.
All right. It's just a step or so in front of you.
Yeah, I don't have or no, that was just a range. Can I attack? I can't attack and cast a spell in the same turn.
Sure you can. You just can't cast 2 spells in a turn.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I'm gonna slam the shit out of something.
It depends on the speed of the spell. Like,
Yeah, I was going to say, if it takes more than an action.
No, it's just an action.
well, then in that case, that's your action. Attacking is also action speed.
Yeah, you'd have
Right.
to have a bonus action.
Right. The bonus action spell you can cast, an action spell will eat up the action for the turn, but you'll still have a bonus action.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I can't cast that kind of a spell and still use my second attack.
Gotcha.
So I'm just done.
Okay. Nug, that actually brings us to you. How far down are you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm at like -2.
Okay, so make your first death saving throw.
There's no modifiers to these, right? It's just a straight roll. 15.
Okay. Make your first one. Stabilize. And that's your turn. That brings us to Teef next.
Okay, so did I see him get attacked when
No,
she cleaved him?
the wagon, the artillery wagon, screens your view of what actually happened.
Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use Mystic Charm on one of the Warforged that I can see, and that is a Charisma saving throw. 10 minus 1, that's a 9.
He crit with a 20.
Oh, that didn't work out at all the way I had hoped. I'm gonna keep that held action and I guess just be ready. I'll end my turn.
Okay. Dave, that brings us to you.
I'm gonna keep trying to cut my way towards her.
You can actually open up the distance now from how close the battles have engaged. She's not seen another target near her, so she's turned to the south directly towards you and started making her way towards that line as well. So you actually only have one Warforged between you and her right now. And she's probably 30 feet out.
Well, then I guess I'm gonna try to cut it down in order to get to her.
Okay.
Uh, 25 to hit.
That's exactly what you need to hit. Or no, you're attacking a Warforged. It's 15.
For 11 damage.
And you rip into this thing's torso and slam it into the one next to it, and it tries to flail out at you.
If I can get past it, I'm sprinting for her, and I'm gonna go for the legs and try to bring her down where we can get a vital spot.
All right. Go ahead. Make your attack. You slip past it.
Oh crap. 23.
The 23 does not hit.
All right. Well, oh wait, I have reckless attack. Duh. 23.
The 23 does not hit.
So that'll be my turn. I'll I guess scream in rage up at her and hope that she doesn't squash me like a bug before I can attack and actually do some damage.
Okay. That actually brings us to Grom. You have one more of these Warforged in front of you and one that Bob just cut down next to you.
All right. I'm gonna try and get to my downed friend on this turn, so I'll attack the one in front of me.
Okay.
12.
A 12 does not hit. He brings his shield up just in time to deflect your sword.
About 20.
A 20 does hit.
18 damage.
And in frustration, you swipe across, going to cut him, and you just slam the flat of your blade into the joint where the neck and shoulder meets, and this thing just opens up like a tin can and falls over to the side.
I will continue forward as long as there's not another enemy.
No, it's open ground. You can see up ahead of you, Dave just ran in swinging with his axe at this giant, and a few feet behind it on the ground, Nug's laying there in a pool of his own blood.
Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I'll run up to Nug and I guess, yeah, I'll run up to Nug and take like a defensive stance. I thought lay on hands was bonus action speed, but it ain't.
All right, if you try
word.
if you try to get to him fully, you will provoke an attack of opportunity from her.
Well, then never mind.
You can get to about 10 feet away from him without provoking an attack of opportunity from her.
So what you're saying is like I would basically be running past her to get to him?
Exactly, because she started walking towards you guys after she dropped Nug, and then Dave ran up and engaged her, so he's just behind her.
Well, that's fine then. I'll run up and get in between the two of them then.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. And that brings us to them.
Oh, wait. I do need to cast Shield of Faith again.
Okay.
I got crit, so I probably didn't pass the con save to concentrate, right?
You got crit by the thing. You'd have to roll the concentration check. I think it was 31 points of damage.
Yeah, I don't even know how con saves for concentration work.
So
I've forgotten.
You roll a d20, and then if it's something obviously you're proficient in it, you add that, and I believe your modifier for channeling divinity, casting spells, whatever it is you use.
Well, let me Google this real quick.
Was the 20 damage and 11 damage on one attack, or is that two separate attacks? When that hit
No,
earlier?
an 11 to hit and then a nat 20 to hit. It was
Okay.
31 damage total
Gotcha.
for the crit.
So according to Roll20, it's the DC is 10 or half the damage you take, whichever's higher.
Okay, so it'd be half of 31, which would be 15, or yeah, 16.
Well, I think I would have to make two different checks instead of because there's two different attacks, right?
No, you'd only have to make it for the crit because you took minimal damage off of the other attack.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 13. I don't think I add anything to it. Oh, con save throw. Yeah, that makes sense. So 16.
So you make it.
Yeah.
Keep your shield to face up.
Okay. Then that's
Anything
my turn.
else?
No.
All right, that brings us to them. She has now acquired a new target, and the Warforged from the center and the north that have destroyed the dwarven front are unifying behind her and pressing forward. So she's going to attack you, Dave. First one is going to be a 24 to hit. Second one is going to be a 22 to hit. The third one is a crit 20. And the fourth one won't hit. So that's going to be 27 points of slashing damage for the crit. The next one is actually 30 points. And the third one is 21 points. As she just launches into a flurry of blows with this giant crystal bladed axe.
That first hit, did you already have the crit? Did you already half that, or does that need to be halved as well?
No, you need to half it.
Okay, got it.
I just gave you all the base numbers.
Alrighty. Dave's still standing, but he's about 3 feet shorter right now.
So, and then the rest of the Warforged are going to begin closing the distance. And that's going to bring us back to the top of the initiative with Bob.
How many more guys are in front of me?
You don't have any more in front of you right now, but the rest of them are forming up squads behind the giant who just unleashed a flurry of axe swings at Dave. And Grom is trying to circle around to make his way to Nug, who is laying on the ground behind her.
How far away from them am I?
You're about 35 feet away from them right now. Off to your left, about 15 feet or so, you can see Nug Teeth crouched up against the side of a wagon, the artillery wagon.
Okay.
Which is no longer firing. Both dwarves are dead, hanging from the top of it.
Hell. Do. I guess
Use the trebuchet.
Right. I don't know how to use one. And I don't think it's loaded.
It is.
Well, I mean, I can get there faster and pull the trigger. Question is if I'm going to be able to aim the damn thing at her.
Tempest will help you figure it out.
He, I mean, he only helps so much. So I see Tifa over there, and I guess I'm going to go run over to it and give it a shot.
All right. Give me a perception or investigation.
Okay. All right. My roll is a 18 perception.
You can see that this crank has got this rope pulled tightly back, and this basket is loaded with this barrel, and the top of the barrel is open, and inside you can see are a bunch of circular twisted blades of metal inside this barrel. Looks like if you were to cut this rope, you'd probably release the mechanism.
Yeah, but I'm going to slash it.
Okay. Make a base attack roll.
I'm going to use my held action to help him aim at the big blue thing because I don't recall him
All right,
saying that
so
he aimed.
I was gonna say Steve's about to be like, well, you forgot to aim it. It just goes flying off into the distance.
So Bob, give me a roll with a D4 help, but Teeth, give me a raw 20 roll to try to sight this thing in on the fly.
I got a 9.
Okay.
I got a 14.
Okay. A 14 is enough to sever the rope. And the mechanism releases and the arm snaps forward and you see this barrel go tumbling end over end over end, and it gets out into an arc and it actually sails right over top of her and explodes and just sends shrapnel skidding across the ground in a wave and cuts down probably 20, maybe 25 of these Warforged as these circular blades of metal just spray out in an arc.
All right. Well, didn't exactly go as I might have hoped. Like I said, I don't know how to use these contraptions, so I'm going to take the rest of my move action to go another 20, 25 feet back towards the creature.
Okay. And that brings us to you, Nug. You have stabilized on the ground, and unbeknownst to you, Bob actually just saved you by cutting down the front two ranks of Warforged that were about to be pressing up on your position.
I stabilized after that first success.
Oh, no, you don't progress further. You have to make your next one.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I was just confused
Yeah.
by the wording. All right, let's see here.
You're on the ground, not continuing to bleed yet.
Right. That's a 6.
And that's your first failure. All right. That brings us next to Teeth. So you get up at the last second and try to shove the carriage on this trebuchet over to angle it. And you actually get a good straight line for her, but you didn't have time to adjust the height.
So on this turn, I'm going to reload this trebuchet and get it ready for another shot, but I'm going to take my time to aim. So
You
that,
actually would need to repair it because Bob just severed the crank rope.
Oh. Alrighty then. Well,
Man,
I will let you attempt to repair it if that's how you want to spend your action, like pull enough of the rope out to try to retie it. Like, that's fine if that's what you want to do, but that will take your turn for you to try to repair this trebuchet enough to throw another arm.
Well, I can see the giant at this point, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna try Mystic Charm on the giant.
Okay. What does she need to do?
Charisma save. Mother. So I got a 4. So
Well, she gets a +0 to her charisma, so here's to hoping. She
Natural
rolled a
one.
natural 18.
Damn.
with that, I'm gonna hide in the shadows with my cunning action. And I'll end my turn there.
Okay. And that brings us to Dave.
I'm gonna try to hamstring this chick and bring her down to my level, since she just smashed the crap out of me. Gonna try to smash her
Okay.
back.
Sounds good.
The first attack's gonna be a 20. That doesn't hit. Second attack's gonna be a 24.
A 24 does not hit.
Well, Dave's gonna stand there and try to block a couple more attacks, I guess, then. It's my 2 attacks.
All right. That brings us to Grom.
Shit. He's still on the ground, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll lay on hands. 1 point to get him up.
Okay.
Greedy.
Hey, you know. And I guess that's my turn.
Okay. Just keeping your concentration for your Shield of Faith.
Yep.
All right. And that brings us back to the top. Well, brings us back to them. And she sees you reach out and cast magic into this creature that she just cut down. And she screams out in frustration and roars. And I need everybody that's within 40 feet of her. So I think the only 2 that aren't are Teeth and the only one is Teeth because Bob jumped down and ran forward. So I need all of you to make a reflex or a Constitution saving throw.
Including me?
10.
Yeah, actually, you're within range of her too.
Anyone in range of Landon gets plus whatever his charisma modifier is.
2. I rolled a 25.
Okay, so then Dave gets a 12 because he's within range.
You said a con save?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe I have advantage on those when I'm inside my shell.
21 for Bob.
Let's make
Yeah,
sure.
actually 23, I think. I don't know what the range is on his aura.
What is my con modifier? Okay. 21.
21. Okay, everybody makes it, but everybody takes 2 points of concussive damage as she screams out over the battlefield in rage.
How many points?
2.
Does that include me as well?
No, you're
Or just
outside
the
the
one?
range,
Loud ass bitch.
but I believe that's enough to drop you again, Nug.
I wasn't up in the first place.
Yeah, he gave you 1 point to heal you back up,
Oh, okay.
bring you back to
Okay.
conscious,
Yeah.
but that's
Yep,
enough
and
to
then
drop you
activate.
down again.
But that resets my death saves, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the Warforged are going to begin marching forward. And it's going to not hit Bob. Not hit Bob. 18 is not going to hit Grom right now because he's got Shield of Faith. And that's not going to hit Grom either, and they don't have a good position to hit Dave because he's being shielded by her girth.
Fat ass
So that
bitch,
brings
dude.
us to the top, to Bob.
So I'm like still again like 20 to 25 feet away from her again.
No, you're 15 feet away from her now
I'm
because she was
15.
35 feet away from you when you climbed up on the wagon and then you ran 25 feet towards her.
10-4. I'm going to attempt another second level guiding bolt.
Okay.
No. I can move and still attack, right? Or only a 5-foot step and attack.
Yeah, no, you can move and attack.
Okay, well then I'm gonna run up to her and I'm gonna attack her, and upon a successful attack, I'm going to try to smite her with a second level smite.
Okay.
Let's see what we got. A 14 for that attack.
A 14 will not hit.
Yes, sir. And another 14.
Very nice.
So I'll take a 5-foot step back.
All right. Nug, make a death save.
Come on. 15.
Success. All right. Teef, you're up.
Okay, I am going to attempt again to do a mystic charm. See if I can't charm this big blue lady.
You need to make a charisma save.
Yes, and this time I got a 15 minus 1, so that's 14.
She rolled a natural 20.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you supposed to be rolling that, Mike, or it's just Steve?
Aren't I? Isn't it a...
If she's got to make a save, it's based on whatever your spellcasting mod is, or it should be with normal spellcasters.
Yeah, your
It's not a
spell's
normal
save
spell.
DC.
But only Steve should roll to hit the save DC.
What is the spell called?
You don't roll
No.
against her.
Then,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know what it
Mystic
is.
Charm, so it should be like 8 plus whatever your spell casting modifier is.
I wouldn't even know what the spellcasting modifier would be.
What class are you?
Whatever your modifier is for the ability that you're using, I take it's
No,
part of your Scion, your Psionics class. So it would be your intelligence modifier, I think, is what they use for Psionics.
So that would be plus 3.
So
So
11.
8, 9, 11,
Okay.
which is better than what I had.
She rolled a
class are
nat
you, Mike?
20, so she's.
Nat 20, yeah, so it defeats it anyway. But all right,
But
now I
just
know
so
how to
you
use
know
it.
how to calculate it now.
Yep, that makes more sense now.
Okay. Anything else you want to do with your
That'll
turn?
end my turn. No, I'm
All right,
in
and
utter
that brings us-
disbelief that I am unable to do this.
And that brings us to you, Grom.
I'm gonna attack her.
Okay.
11 misses.
Correct.
And a 28.
A 28 will hit.
Hey, let's go. So 12 damage, and I'm a smite as well.
Okay. What is your smite
For 10.
normally?
It's 2d8
No,
radiant.
like, is it a D6? Is it a D8? Is it?
It's
So
2d8.
change the die up a stage in the die. So make it 2D.
Oh, okay. Uh, 12 damage.
All right.
And that's my turn.
All right. And that brings us to her. And seeing as you just attacked her, she's going to retaliate in kind. It's going to be a lot to hit. 41.
Holy shit. Yeah, that hits.
It's going to hit 27. A crit 20. And a 2.
Well, so the first
we'll do
one
the crit
will
first.
the first one will knock me down. So is she gonna crit me while I'm on the ground?
Well, if the first one's going to do enough damage to knock you down.
Yeah, I have 3 health.
Oh, then yeah. Then no, she won't bother to swing the second attack at you if the first one knocks you down. She'll attempt to turn and attack somebody else, which the only other one she has left is Bob, or she still has Dave in front of her. 21 to hit. So 21 hits you, Dave,
Oh yeah.
and that's going to be 20 damage.
It's been a great campaign, guys.
It's not looking good for the whole team, huh, boys?
Yeah, this lady's a monster, dude.
I mean, to be fair, if
To be
Dave,
fair,
if
Are you
Dave,
still?
if Dave hadn't, if Dave wasn't raging, he'd be dead right now. But he's still standing only because of the rage.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you hadn't gotten Nug up, I wouldn't have reset my saving throws.
well, somebody was hiding behind a trebuchet trying to whisper sweet nothings at it from 60 yards away.
As she concludes her turn, the Warforged closed the last little bit of distance, pressing past around her bulk and swarming in. And Teef, you actually see from back by this artillery wagon, you actually see Dave, Grom, Nug, and Bob all get swallowed up into this horde of Warforged, and you just see these swords raising up and down, trying to finish off the last remaining portions of the army.
He runs the other way. Muted.
So, am I like the last one standing at the moment,
Yeah,
so to speak?
Pretty much.
yeah.
Fuck.
The rest
I
of your
mean-
team has been overrun. You can still see Bob kind of putting up a fight, and you can still see Dave standing up, but neither one of them look like they're holding very much ground anymore. Grom has gone down under the press, and so has Nug.
Man,
I hope you building
I-
a psionic trebuchet over there.
yeah. I don't even know what to do right now. Shoot.
Seven.
I think I'm gonna try to
There's only
I'm
one
gonna try
way to
one more
regain power.
time. One more time, Mystic Charm that woman.
Oh my lord.
Dude,
What was the
If it
DC?
works.
11?
That'll
Your
be great.
DC's 11. She's gonna pass it every time.
She rolled a natural 19.
I'm gonna find a place to hide.
We're all dead.
All right, give me a hide or a stealth check.
I gotta roll a natural 1.
Yeah, she sees you,
I see you.
and she actually, in an almost nonchalant fashion, swings the crystal bladed axe off to the side and discharges a huge blast of frozen ice and wind out of it. And it's going to be 34 points of cold damage. If you have evasion, you can attempt to half that damage.
I sure don't. And that's gonna take me to -2 or -3. 34? Yeah,
And-
-3.
The blast of frost rhymes the artillery wagon and actually freezes it in place on the barren scope of land, and the wind howls across the plains as the soft metallic clanging of the last few Warforged striking down and dismembering the remaining standing member of the party is drowned out by the gusting, howling, frozen wind. Well, gentlemen, that did not go as planned.
Well, it's
I'd like
because
to
you're an
thank
a-hole.
everybody for being here in the game tonight.
Yeah, man.
And I
No
would
problem.
Thank all of you for the creative characters that you've come up with. And I can't wait to see what you bring in as a substitute for those that are not making it past level 10.
It
So
comes
if
to
anybody
next
wants to
month.
give any sign-off notes or anything, or plug anything, or curse my children, or anything else you feel necessary, please take the floor.
Bye bye.
Yeah, dude.
Nobody wants to say
See you later.
crap.
Thanks
Bye.
for running the game, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks
Yeah.
for the memory.
It's been swell, but the swelling's gone down.
Well,
Well, adios. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Fair enough.
All right. If nobody's got anything to plug, you can find the first. Well, you'll be able to find all 10 episodes of this on Steve's channel if you want to check it out. You can type !Steve in the chat and find it, and see what led us to this deep dark demise. I don't know what to say anymore after that. So I guess we'll get together and chat and find out what's going on and find out if we're making new characters and trying this dungeon again or what's happening. Well, I guess we'll see you guys in another dimension.